Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our Armada Monday slash Saturdays, I guess. Just trying to see if we're actually live here or not. Got ourselves another one of these Battlestar Galactica type ships here. So, 1 second here, we're going to try this again because we're not getting a whole bunch. There we go. I'm not seeing much on my screen right now. Maybe that's just a Streamlabs thing. So, this is it's referred to, hey there, Landras. It's referred to as the Ares class monitor, I believe. I was gonna try and post a link here. Again, I have no screen here. I got nothing that I can see. So there's that. Hey there, Blades. So I'm just gonna have to do this. Yeah, that we're not getting anything from this. So my stream end actually Google itself is pretty much toasted. So we'll just have to maybe shut that thing down and start it again. Yep. So we're just going to have to shut that down. 1 second here. Let's see. Got to go to the taskmaster or task manager actually kill this thing. Is it going to show me something here or is it still dead? Okay, still dead. Let's try this again. Bear with me here. No idea what in the world is going on because there hasn't been enough crazy stuff. Hey there, Gigabyte, how you doing? So yeah, sorry we have to kill this here. 1 second here. Okay, that's better. Now let's try this again and see what happens. So again, this is the Ares class monitor. Uh, I wasn't quite sure what the size was supposed to be in relation to Galactica there. Alright, let's try this one more time here. Do I actually see size? See me. There we go. That's nice. What we're going to do is we're going to get some paint on this thing. Then we're going to paint the base separate like so. Hey there, Unhinged. How you doing? So Blades, I hope that you're doing well. And again, well, there was a minor detail. So let's see. Do we have our... Now, I don't actually have the... Oh, yeah, here we go. Wait a second. I think it's maybe here. Ah, there we go. Yeah. So that is why we weren't streaming. Yesterday, you'll notice that the water's up over the curb right there. Hey there, Recoil. So yeah, that's what was happening here yesterday. I'm glad that you've been able to get some painting done there, Unhinged. We're not gonna, I think, do the battle damage stuff because we actually all of this stuff printed here, so it doesn't have quite all the same cowlings and stuff that BSG did. So I don't think we have to do that. We are again gonna paint this spacescape on the base. Let me just move this thing somewhere, like maybe over here. That's not a good spot, so it's just gonna go over there. I'm just going to do some dry brush stuff on this. So Unhinged, great to see you. And Blades, great to see you too. Sorry that I couldn't join you yesterday. Let's just say there was a little something going on here. That's for sure. Now we're going to make ourselves a little bit of our radiant gray in the usual way. Maybe even a little bit of this here. Again, there's nothing earth-shattering about what we're doing here. I got to be kind of careful where these turrets are, though. Don't want to be snapping pieces of those off. So I'm glad that you've been able to get some painting in there Unhinged. Again, if you wanted to share something, same thing, Blades, if you wanted to share some stuff. And Gigabyte, if you wanted to share some stuff, again, please go ahead. And of course, Recoil, if you wanted to share some things, please go ahead and do that. So again, sorry for all of the delays here. I was trying to film something because, of course, well, we got to be leaving for Gen Con soon enough. I thought I had glue in there. Glue does not want to go in there, so we're going to have to put some glue in there and let that sit while there. So we just took out one of the barrels on that there. That's what I was trying to avoid. So Rico, what I tried to do was essentially build a series of dams just with whatever I had on hand. I had it was very much MacGyver. I had some of that great stuff foam, which was supposed to be for windows. Then I had some the last of the mortar stuff, which was supposed to be for the front of the house. And then I had the last little bit of the rubber paint stuff that I was going to use to seal the basement. So that went on top of the foam. Again, it's all just a temporary thing until I can try to maybe again build some build up the sidewalk. I like that idea there, Recoil. Actually, Recoil, if you could shoot me that idea, just because I don't want to forget about that in case we have to do this again. So sorry to give you some homework there, Recoil, but that's just too good to pass up, right? Can't pass that up. That is way too good. So thanks for coming up with that. Now again, we're just all I want to do is get some of this lighter stuff on here. This will have a chance to set, and then we can do our spacescape on there. And again, Blades, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, Landrast. Well, the painted stuff was looking really good there too. And again, Landrast, if you ever want to share stuff in the chat, yeah, please go ahead. And again, sorry I wasn't able to stream yesterday. That was some rather extreme circumstances, and actually everybody else kind of got it way worse than me, because the people next door got 11 inches of not just seepage but also sewage. When I was in the alley there, I saw mattresses behind their house. I mean, it looked very much like a typical flood. Oh, and when you're getting messages from the ward office saying, "Well, let us know if you had damage because we're trying to apply for disaster relief," that's when you know something might have gone wrong. That's when you know that things got a little bit spicier than they were supposed to. I think that is about it for the lighter stuff here. Let me just get this off of ZBrush. Oh yeah, as I was trying to film that stuff, of course, all the paper towels were gone. Yeah, I had no paper towels except for like two little shards of paper towel. That's it. Now, no, okay, we're just gonna have to hope that applying the super glue makes a difference. All right, let's get down to business here. We're just gonna keep the spacescapes the similar color here, but that way they'll can maybe look like they go together. What are we gonna try first? I'm just gonna use you. Let's get some turquoise out here. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Stay with green. In you go. So I did try to take away some of the layer lines on this with the marble dust. Never got a chance to do that. We're also going to say hello to Drink Your Paint Water live. How you doing there, Paint Water? Great to see you. You caught us just as we were starting here. Just getting underway on another one of our BSG ships. Like so. So this is the Ares class monitor right here. We're going to paint that up very much like our panel line Galactica over here. Everybody again, please give Drink Your Paint Water Live a follow. These are they're actually free files right here. Actually, there we go. So there is your link right there. Doing some Shatterpoint. Yes, well, I got a whole bunch more boxes of this from the Adepticon staff meeting. So yeah, we got a bunch more Shatterpoint coming this way. Oh yeah, that's right, Shatterpoint Saturdays, along with the Shipyard Saturdays, right? Recoil. Oh, what was our last? Where did that go? I think this was our last stream, right? Oh no, I know what our last stream was. What am I talking about here? Yeah. Speaking of spacey things, yes, this was our last stream. That was our Flat Thursdays right there. So yes, a little bit of fire. It was Firefly Thursday. There you go. So yep, a little bit of Shatterday. Classic Geary. We have painted so many of those things. I mean, well, there's lots of glowy stuff, right? Lots of glowy stuff. Well, with Grievous, there's tons of glowy stuff. Yeah, there you go. Tons of glowy stuff there. Thanks, Recoil. Actually, Recoil, I gotta do, some logos for Armada Mondays and for Flat Thursdays. Yeah, we gotta do something for those too. I just realized that. Here, let me get a little bit more of our green. Let's do that. Let's do that. Now, of course, some of our other recent streams, more along the miniature lines of things here. Did a whole bunch of conquest stuff. So the Ifrits, the Agony of Ifrits, and then we got the Jin over here that we were doing. All this done with the oil paints, of course. So again, Paintwater, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. Thank you so much, Garcia. Appreciate that. So this is going to be another one of those things. Yeah. So let me get this straight. There's a whole bunch of you, and you go into this little metal can over here. Not a metal can. It's like, yeah, you go into a metal can, and you fly through where there's no atmosphere, no water, nothing you can eat or drink, and it's like minus 400 something degrees. That doesn't sound like a good plan. Let's see what's going to happen on our big Gandalf 6 right here. Clear a space for that. Get that. Oh boy. It almost turned into it kind of flopped over into it too. It actually fell into one of my little mixing trays. It started out as a 6 and just flopped over to a 2. So thank you so much, Garcia. Appreciate that. So yeah, Streamlabs, that was acting real crazy. I actually had to take down Chrome and bring it back up again. Don't know what was going on there. So we're going to get some of our darker Payne's Gray in here. We're just painting our base for an Ares class ship. We just threw a little bit of quickie dry brush on that, and this is what we're doing right here, making that bit of a base here. So thanks again. Appreciate that, Recoil. And of course, actually now Paintwater. What Shatterpoint stuff were you painting there? All right, they're just gonna mixing up some of our green. Now let's see if we can't get ourselves some of the kind of orangey stuff happening here. I wonder. I do have some of these. I do have these here. Let me grab this and grab some orange. Start putting in a little bit of this here and there. And yes, this is all oil paints here. It's all wet into wet. That's okay. I don't know if I've even seen that one. Drink your paint water live. I don't think I've even seen that. But again, if there's something, work in progress, other things, Discord, Instas, you know the deal. You want to share some stuff, please go ahead. See how that starts. See how that starts to change now a little bit. Starting to get again some of our orange in there. Do some of that over here too. Might need to throw some more of our Windsor red out there. And then I need me right there, I think, and maybe something over there. Okay. All right, let's start working with that. I think I'm going to maybe roll with this here. Also going to start making this thinner, I believe. Here, let me start breaking this down some more. thinner over thicker, vice versa. That's how it goes with the oils. Maybe a little bit more of the orange. Let me move this where I can see it. You over there. Oh, let me see. About 15 minutes ago is when we started the stream. So I haven't been at this very long here. And you can see how now we're starting to do some of the nebula / cloud stuff around that. And then we have to kind of let this set. We move on to some other parts of this. We'll also be doing some of our wet blending stuff too. So there we go again, our two bigger stars. We'll have some smaller ones as well. So again, you can see how that thinner stuff really sticks there. Doing it down here. A little bit on those. Like so. I think we have, here is, yep, some of our other Spacescape type bases for some of our Battlefleet Gothic stuff. So you can see more of a magenta and a bluish there. So we did that for a while. Actually, I have a tutorial series underway on the Patreon page that is actually Battlefleet Gothic. Not necessarily BSG or BFG ships, but everything all sized for Battlefleet Gothic. So see, I can only do so much there. I have to kind of let that have a chance to set for a bit before I can start fooling around with that again, which means we maybe get into some of the stuff in our turquoise portion. I think that might be just about it for some of the later cloud stuff. Might just be it. Okay, now we're gonna again step away from that. We might also have to do our spattery stuff soon enough on our green areas there. I mean, that's pretty simple. It's literally just spattering some white paint on it. Our Payne's Gray once again. Some of our phthalo green mixed with that. That makes it really dark. That will go in here. You can see we're just kind of, it's almost like how we paint our marble too. See how that kind of helps. Our orange stuff becomes that much lighter. Okay, good. I do have, glad I was remembered to bring in a whole bunch of paper towels here for tonight. What can we use as a blending brush here? Something that is relatively soft. Nah, this one might actually do it here. Hey there, Michael. Great to see you. Of course, Michael, you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. As we see here, we're just taking this, right? Look at that. See how that went from an edge like that to an edge more like that. So much smooth. It's almost like we have an airbrush. So recoil, given all the craziness here, I have no idea what happened with, say, the Gold Coast game or any of the other games. Yeah, I have no idea what transpired. And I believe that is the only pathway for the doggies to be in the top 8 is for Gold Coast to lose. Again, I don't even know if they played yet. and if they did, what the result was. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Arda Michael just shared. So we do paint a lot of space. I don't have a whole bunch of spacescapes left, but we do paint a lot of space. Well, also too, even with ships in them. So there's our Babylon 5. There's Agamemnon. Oh look, Spacescape. Where's this is a Space Shire right there. And then of course there's our Firefly that we painted on Thursday. Nope. I'm just gonna go this way with it here. Let me take a little bit of our lighter green here. A little bit more of that. Ooh, not too much of that. That's getting mighty light, so why don't we back off a little bit here. We did too good a job getting all those darks in there. Yeah, I'm going to go with a little bit of that over here now. And you see this little bit of scumbling routine that I'm doing here? That is also doing some wet blending for me here. And let's soften the edges of this too. Look at that. See how that gets softer and softer and softer? I know on the on Triple M they were talking about they really needed the percentage boost, and that was also again the only way they were going to be able to top Gold Coast at that. And again, that's only if Gold Coast lost. Was by percentage. Because I think even if Gold Coast, well, they already had them on percentage, and if Gold Coast loses, that's not going up. So again, just look at it. See how that gets nice and soft there. Nice and soft. Let's do a little bit of star spatter, I think now. Again, that's going to be on our green area for the most part there. I am going to move Galactica somewhere else, at least for this part. For the spatter part here was, so I can use this here. This is the one we've been using, so it's just one of our one true brushes where we cut part of the bristles away. Okay, we don't want to go too heavy with the thinner. Let's not go too heavy with that. Now let's get this spatter stuff going here. We don't need a ton of it. You can see what we're adding there. Again, some stars. If some of it gets into the areas of our red clouds, red nebula, that's fine too. Because we're going over that anyways, so. Okay, so there we go. We have stars. We have some stars. Boy, recoiled it. I guess it might not be too cold and windy and wet there, I guess. Nice to see you, Velfera. Velfera, I tried to send you some pictures there again. It was definitely not the way things were. So this is basically what the neighborhood looked like. This is not my house, but you can see there's a little bit of water right there. That is what 5 inches of rain in less than 2 hours will do when you got houses that close together. So yeah, Velfair, I'll send you some pictures of some stuff. Now here we go. This is again our orange. We're going to start to do a little bit of blending of this on this edge, right? Not on that side, on this side. So see what we got here? See what we got here? We're just going to do a little bit of that. Like so. I got to get some more of a paint here. Let's get some. I'm gonna grab me some more of my orange. And again, we've been using on this. We're using the alkyds here. So yeah, Velfira, the people around me. Actually, my sister. I found out today that she had ankle deep water yesterday. And even my other sister that just spent a whole bunch of dineros resealing that basement. Even there was seepage there. So there was pretty much no escaping it. It didn't matter what you had. Now, Valfair, I'll send you some of the. Well, let's put it this way: there was a one-to-one terrain scale or one-to-one scale terrain project today, and the 45 minutes I had a chance to do that. So I'll send you some pictures of that, Valfira. Again, it's nothing that's a permanent solution, but it at least is something to help things in the near term. As in, it was kind of supposed to be like that again today. So that was why I did that, just in case. Hey there, Epic Cheese. Nice to see ya. Appreciate you being here. So okay, see how it looks like that. And now that's what we're starting to get here. Now again, we've got this is the Ares class monitor. So if you actually have one of Coco's models, one of his World War II UK monitor type ships. Basically, it's a crazy flat bottom ship with the one gigantic turret on it. It looks ridiculous, but it's not for fighting other ships. It's basically for just shooting at land. Now I don't know if that was kind of how they visualized this particular ship that we're painting tonight, but I don't think so. But that's at least what the Second World War version of that ship is all about. So yeah, Velfer, unfortunately, yeah, that was, he described it as ankle deep water, which, well, that's not super ideal, is it? Where's our Galactica here? So again, that's what we're looking to do. And again, the folks next door, it was way worse for them because when I went out in the alley, I saw mattresses out there. There was a whole bunch of stuff sitting out there, and felt bad for Saul because he just moved down into the basement there a few weeks ago. Welcome to the neighborhood, right, Valfira? All right, there we go. So again, we're starting to get there. And there's an active tsunami too, right, Valfira? So Epic Cheese, great to see you. I'm gonna have to get some more. Well, I might have to get some more of my red out there too. So we got our orange here. You know what? I'm gonna toss me a smidge of the yellow in there. Call it a loaded blending brush. Yeah, or Michael, I think if you wanna have a fire here, you have to crash an oil tanker first. Then you can have a fire. Otherwise, I don't think nothing's gonna burn here. Well, Valfira, I think it was their type of house has a different system than mine. They rely on drain tiles. I have overhead sewers. Pretty much the only downside of the overhead sewers, if you lose power, well, that's going to be a problem. With drain tiles, it's all gravity, and when the sewer backs up, like apparently it did yesterday, well, it's going to take the path of least resistance, and I think you know where that resistance is, or the lack thereof. And that's why they had, shall we say, some gray water. Now let's get some more of our not gray but bright yellow on our clouds here. Still got to do the thinner stuff though. You know what? I'm even going to chuck in a little bit of that white just to give an extra little kick to it there of opacity. More of that here. So again, just kind of on the edges here of our nebula slash clouds. Yeah, other star here. Also, too, well, they were, when I saw them out there with brooms or rakes or whatever trying to unclog sewer drains, that's when I knew they were going to have some issues. More of that yellow here. Then again, these are free files on Thingiverse, but if you're going to print these things, you got to kind of print them a little bit bigger. They're one-piece files. There's no supports. And it was quite a narrow band, too, Valfera. It was just a little slice. Well, I mean, not such a little slice, but it wasn't exactly a wide swath of hundreds of miles. Because my brother in the south suburbs, it barely rained there. Hey, there's Sector X. Great to see ya. Now, of course, I do think some of our Book of Wapple sayings are certainly applicable to what we've been doing on our little Spacegate base right here. Let's see if we can find a few of our Book of Wapple things. Now, I think I already went by some of the new ones here. There we go. So some readings from the great Book of Wapple, and of course, at the start, things must be messy before they can be neat. And we will be doing some film noir to demonstrate some of these things, like contrast is more than just light versus dark. Now here, we don't really have to worry too much about metals reflecting their surroundings, but this is also something that's very important. So unlike acrylics, you can thin oils, but with acrylics, when you thin it, it gets diluted. With oils, not so much, not at all. It remains the color that it is, even when it's been thinned, and I mean like 95% thinner. And of course, well, you certainly don't want to think. Thinking is bad, doing is good, and of course, less is more, and more is way too much. That is something that is very true with the oil paints. Is this our brush that we were using here? I think so. So great to see you there, Sector X. Again, we had ourselves a little bit of a one-to-one terrain scale project the last few days here. Also been trying to film videos for the Patreon page, because I can't film those when I'm at Gen Con, so all those have to be filmed before I leave. So yeah, Velfira, typically film noir is good when we're trying to talk about the whole contrast is more than just light versus dark, right? Let me see. Well, Tangent, I'm really glad. Well, not glad that you needed that, right? Not glad that you needed that at all. but hopefully that was a little bit of reassurance there, because again, like we were talking about, the difference between really, 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 really bad and sort of bad can just be the difference of you doing what you can do. So again, appreciate you being here, Tangent, and I'm really glad that you were able to get out on the other side of that for sure. Now, what's going to happen on the other side of this is a film noir. So all of a sudden, that looks significantly different, right? We do not have all that contrast with the bright, intense turquoise and then the bright oranges here. I mean, even that's like 10% already makes a difference as we get closer and closer to our 50%. Look at that. And again, that is just the difference between the turquoise and the orange, like you do. So again, Tangent, glad that you could again work through that. It is definitely no stroll in the park, right, Tangent? Well, unless it's a stroll in the park where you're being chased by several very large creatures that are somewhat hostile and maybe mean ill intent towards you. If that's the kind of stroll, then by all means, it was a stroll in the park. So glad that that was able to be resolved. Now we need to resolve our little shiny portions on our stores too. Got to do that. Now again, as this has a chance to set here, right, we're going to be able to do some more of that blending. Now we might have to do that after we do some of our glaze type things on our ship. I basically need to do this first, because once that ship is on there, you are not seeing much of any of this at all. I mean, again, kind of like with Galactica here, it sort of hides that base just a little bit. Now, is this it? Is this it? Where's my brush? Now, one of these has to be it. There it is. There we go. Now, this still has a little bit of yellow in it. All right, let's get this working here. I think this is probably the easiest way to attack this. Taking our little liner brush here. Let's make sure that these are both in sync with each other. I think they are. Now they got to be in sync this way. Turn this baby around. Sectrix, if you wanted to share any of your stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. Well, same thing there, Valfira. And of course, Recoil, if you want to share some of your fabulous basing stuff, because, well, basing, right, right, Recoil? Basing. All right. Now we're just going to take our brush to it here and just do a little bit of blending on that little spectral thing there. Couldn't do this back when I was doing the watercolors and stuff. I wasn't able to do nifty stuff like this. There we go. That's what we're talking about. Make that even lighter. Make that even lighter. And now with our little liner brush here, we're going to find some of our lightest areas on our clouds. There's not so much up there. Right, we're again focusing on the closest areas to where our little star is. So like down there. And then now over here. like so. Yeah, you really do want, you want to make it all go away, right, tangent? You want to make that all go away. And for whatever reason, every time we order those magic ones on Amazon, they never seem to arrive. Magic wands could be very handy, although maybe also the source of a bit of mischievousness. I can't imagine that somebody would make that magic wand do mischievous things like, I don't know, make the trousers of a person you don't like disappear suddenly, whatever, in a very crowded room. Let me do a little bit of, I'm going to light on the edge of that cup because I've got the star right over there. I think we might want to do some of that over here too. Cannot confirm nor deny that is something that I've ever done with the magic wand. Yep, tangent, you want to go 1,000,000 miles an hour. You usually end up encountering some kind of a hard object in the way, generally walls. And a little bit of the, there we go. So see, you can see how this is starting to build up here. Now I might want to, right where this is closest to our star here, we're going to try and beef that up a little. Better refresh. Yep. Let us refresh that brush. Speaking of hasty, sometimes you just gotta wait to get back into something here. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. There's still too much paint on that brush. We need to get rid of some of that. There's more. And there, okay, so now I think I might do a little bit here. Let's maybe do some of our darker reds in the clouds. I think okay, I've got this here, this little bit of crimson slash magenta stuff here. We take some of that and a little touch of our Payne's Gray. I think I'm going to go dry brush on this as well. In here, not a whole bunch of places, but just a few, like there. In there. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. Hope that you're doing great, Sea Dragon. Yeah, sorry I wasn't able to stream yesterday. There was a little bit of commotion here. So yeah, that is why we weren't able to stream yesterday. Yeah, I like that little bit of turquoise that comes through there. I do like that little bit of turquoise. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thanks, Velfira. Actually, Velfira, I have been trying to pack stuff up for that. Oh, and Velfira, I did get that one experimental set of the tubes. I meant to bring that in here to show you, and I'll send you some pictures tomorrow, Velfira. So thank you so much. Actually, well, there's also some other files and such. Actually, Velfira, I think some of those storage case type things, now that LiDAR sensor thing, I believe maybe that might have been what was causing some of those boxes or less organic things to print out really strange. So I might actually be able to print out some organizer things again. Look at this. Look at that. See that? See that nifty kind of burgundy color in there? Now we're going to go with some stars again here. I'll maybe use you. So yeah, Valfair, when I get back from Gen Con, I'll try to see if I can get some concrete or whatever, and we'll try to raise the sidewalk, and I'll be digging some trenches. Now I'm hoping, here, let me do a little bit of this. Just so we've got the orange and the green, we're going to try to get a little bit of green in our orange here. That's it. That's good enough. That is good enough. We're going to try and take the outside edge of that and just sort of tone that down here. And then we're going to put a lighter greenish star in there. All right, let's start to grab something lighter here for said star. Something like this. Yeah, I was I was filming a video literally right up until the time I went live practically. That's Gen Con stuff. Trying to finish that off. I mean, it has to be done for Gen Con anyways, and I need videos also. So why not combine the two, right, Velfira? Velfira, I mean, you could tell they took a bit of a pummeling there, but they seem to be okay. It was just the size of the raindrops, Velfira. It was, well, I know you've seen it down there. It wasn't just there was lots of raindrops. I mean, the raindrops themselves, I believe they were about 15 inches wide. Yeah, they were about the size of frisbees, each individual raindrop. So that, like you say, right, that usually would have a bit of a negative effect on plants. Ironically enough, Velfira, it was the one plant, the cherry tomatoes that and actually I was going to plant those yesterday, Velfira, the cherry tomato plant. What's funny is that actually was the one that was all wilted because it was in the house, and needless to say, there was somewhat of a distraction, so it didn't get its usual watering. So yeah, I think the plants outside were still doing better than the one inside. The ironic thing is somehow between now and Tuesday, I have to try and set up that drip irrigation system of all things, right, Valfira? It's like, yeah, let's get some more water back there. Still, yeah, I don't even know where it is now. So many things had to get moved around. I don't even know where it is. Oh, looky there, looky there. Oh, look at that. Now it's starting to look a lot more like a spacescape. Oh gosh, what are 48 minutes in? Yeah. Plus, where'd it go? Got to count this too. I think we did this for at least 5 to 10 minutes. So yeah, about a half an hour ish to do this here, something like that. I think we're pretty good here. Now we got to get some heavy duty amounts of glue on this here, as in lots. Come on, get on there. More here. A little up there. And let's see how this actually goes on. I think it needs to go on this way. And then we may need to hang on to this for a wee while here. And I think what we're going to have to do is also then work on our base some more. Because that does not want to stay in there. Oh, that's why. Because that got pushed up. That's why that happened. Let's try this again. Now I'm going to put some pressure on. There we go. Now we're in business. And again, all I can kind of do is kind of stab away at the spacescape here a little bit. I'm also going to try to do that. Okay, so I think what I can actually do maybe is do some pinline wash type things on that. Let's. Not sure what is all in there. I think I can use this one though. Okay. We'll take Payne's Gray. We'll take our black here. Of course, this is the most stunning part of the stream where we mix paint. Yeah. This is a thrill a minute right here. It is one. It's a beast there, Belfair. It's bigger than BSG. And actually, I'll try to throw the link up there. But this is that stuff from Thingiverse. And again, they're all free files, but they're all one piece. And there wasn't really a whole lot of rhyme or reason. It seemed like to the scale, some of the ships were really tiny, and other ones it seemed like they should be bigger, or smaller, were like really gigantic. Okay, now I might need to throw a little bit of green stuff on there too, but we'll see how that rolls. I'm just gonna do this while that has a chance to set on the bottom there. Now you haven't had a chance to print those out, right, Valfira? And now this is this particular ship. I think it's the Ares class. The Ares class monitor. Ares class monitor. At least that's what it goes by. Good. I'm gonna grab me some of this right here. So that will be tilted over to the side. And now it's it puts the panel line in panel line Galactica, although not Galactica. It's the not Galactica. And we're just gonna let that do its thing there. So again, some of the barrels didn't print, but if I know I broke off at least one or two trying to prep this thing, and then I know I did snap off another one as I was doing the dry brush stuff. More thinner, I think. Spread this around. And it is doing a little bit of mixing with the core that is already on there. It's kind of what we want to see. Okay, this one did not have the printing issues that Galactica did because we didn't really have so much of that skin over the top of these. Just get some stuff down in there. So kind of get the ball rolling. Now we take some thinner here. Boy, there's some seriously tiny little panel lines here. Valfred, look at this. There is some seriously crazy little panel lines in there. I might even zoom in here in a bit. And Again, I think I might either just wait for the to fool around with the ventral side. We'll just keep working on the dorsal side here for a while. It's a whole lot safer. In you go. Like so. More of this here. Oh yeah, there always Navarette Studios has a bunch of some very nice Lord of the Rings files. Well, because we don't have enough Balrogs, Valfira. That actually is it's a much more kind of artistic looking Balrog than the usual ones that you see. There's another Sauron figure. And then there's Aragorn as king, and that's one that well, basically Elisar. That was one that I never had, so I'll try and snag that file from him. I think there's a big old cloak too. I think we could do a lot of interesting freehand on that. A lot of Gondalorian freehand. Yeah, recoil. There's nothing like ye old pin line slash panel line washes, right? And having when I was filming that video there, recoil, I had a obviously that was acrylic, so I couldn't quite do the usual things like this, because again, that would be all kinds of watermarks there if that were acrylic, but it's not. And of course, it looks all kinds of shiny right now. You'd almost think we were talking about. Oh, and Velfir, here's the. Velfir, I tried to send you the picture of this too. So that is how Firefly ended up on Thursday, right there. Gotta get that all down in there. Oh, that's right. We did do some glowy stuff back here on a couple of these ventilation things. So just using the side of the brush here. Just gonna let that mix. You can see it kind of changes. Right, changes the color a little bit. Yeah, Velfair, I'm trying to figure out. Well, I'm going to be bringing it anyway, but I can't remember if I actually had that Loot Studios Guinevere at Gen Con last year. I cannot remember for the life of me. You can see the difference here again. This has got our panel line stuff on their other side, not so much. Matt Velfair, I just anytime I think of the Reavers, I don't think of the show so much as I think of the game. And that's basically kind of the nasty thing you can do is sick the Reavers on people. Yeah, it's one of those not shiner was oh yeah, we're not solid. That's it. Yeah. If you sick the Reavers on somebody, you are not solid with that person anymore. Oh, you are very much not solid at all. Boom, look at that. Doing it again here. Let you feel in that stuff. Come on, there we go. Here we go again. More pin line. More pin line. You would. I'm pretty sure. Well, he definitely has ships from both eras, right, Valfera? I think more from your 2000s era BSG rather than the, well, I guess we'll call it classic BSG. And I hit that again. But you can see his parts get less shiny, so to speak. See what I did there? You'll be able to go back and to manipulate those. So tangent, I just use the same brushes that I use for the acrylics. I mean, they're all synthetics anyway. Most of them are craft brushes, like this Royal Langnickel right here, or the Golden Maple brushes. The only brushes that are not, and that would be primarily this one here, the short liner brush, Princeton Velvet Touch. That's also a synthetic. It's the one brush that is not a craft brush, but otherwise it's all the same. In fact, I was just using some of these on that video I was talking about, a couple hours ago. So yeah, just use the same brushes. They're all synthetics anyways. Oh geez, Velfer, I was all excited for a second because I thought, oh, I get to show off the new painting pyramid. I don't have that one on here, so but actually Velfera shoot me a reminder because I think we could do some fun stuff with the one true brush Velfera with our new, shall we say, our new way of making images. Oh, I think so. I think we can make something very fun there, Velfera. I'm just trying to scroll back to the old image, the very old image here. Ah, there we go. So remember earlier we were using this as our spatter brush. Let's discuss the features of this. Notice we have texture paste in there. We have glue, tile grout, more tile grout, paint all over the place, primer, again, more glue. And of course the bristles were snipped off here. I think I might have a yes I do. So they generally start out like this. So that's how they start out, a little bit more pristine. Then they start to get beat up more and more. They start looking a little bit like, this right here. Once they do, that's when we do this little slicey thing, because that's what let me do my stars, right? That is also what lets us do things like, see our mud spatter right there on a BT7. So mud spatter, stippling, that sort of thing. Now these brushes have changed. As you can see, the original ones were green. Now they went to red, they went to gray. Now they're this blue color here. So no matter which one they are, color-wise, they're all still the one true brush. So Veilfer, I think I sent you the new picture, right? I have to make a screen for it. Actually, while I'm up here, I think it's right over here. Yeah, so we have a new screen for that one. We have a brand new screen for that. That's our original painting pyramid there. Oh, well, great minds think alike there, Valfera. Great minds think alike. So yeah, Valfera, I have a new pyramid coming for that. So the pyramid that you saw there, that was all about our original Kickstarter back in 2013 when I first started doing the videos. And I had to come up with something for a name of it, and we thought, well, it's like the food pyramid, Valfera. That's what made me think of it, the whole food pyramid. Yeah, and I was like, where the heck did that idea come from? Came from the food pyramid, and I just thought, well, okay, things like, well, now it would be more like pre-glaze or something. And then, well, obviously establishing the object source lighting immediately. Even freehand. kind of doing those things that most folks tack on at the end, right, Velfair? We got to do those early. And again, that was all about the painting pyramid. That was the original Kickstarter back in 2013 when I first started filming the tutorials because I had never filmed anything. Let me get this off of the table here. Got a couple little dark dots down there too. Let's do some of this now. Here, let me get some more of that out of here. Also, I think a little bit of the super glue worked its way onto this. Oh yeah, by the way, these are the brand new. Yeah, that's a sable brush right there. Look at that. That was just that was a mess from the start. Those did not work out very well. So we'll just use them for stuff like this. Again, I can't really turn this over too much right now. I want that glue and such to have a really good chance to set. Okay, I think we can get rid of this now. Let me see. So we had 1 hour ago. We had nothing. We had no spacescape down there. Nothing at all. Now let me see if I can start to think about the engine glow over here, which I think was more of a blue. So yeah, Velfair, these were the ones that Golden Maple sent. I don't know if I posted that video yet, Velfera. It was the one with the Jin, with the blue skin tone. I don't know if I've actually posted that one yet. But when you see that, you'll be seeing these brushes, and you'll see just how much I love the sable brushes, Velfera. It'll be abundantly clear to you just how much they're my favorite brush ever. I mean, you will the positivity towards them. You'll just it'll be dripping with it, Velfera. Let me do this here. Actually, Velfera, what I'm kind of hoping, I'm hoping that I can take that image that is like the one with all the builders on it, is take that into Skyreels and see if it can do a little animation, like have them building, like actively walking around building the thing. So instead of just a flat screen, it's going to be more like the autocorrect monster. Now I need that to be, okay, way less of liquid in there because I'm going to try to do a little bit a quick initial sort of source lighting on here. Yeah, not a ton. Just a little something there. That's again, not a lot, just a little. Now let's see if we can turn this maybe into a little bit of a filbert brush and dry this out a little bit. Some of our blue into that. Let's do some stuff on the engines back here. Maybe a little bit more of the blue. Well, there is a ton of panel lines here, Valfira. There's a bunch of them. Yeah, Valfira. Well, remember, was it 2021 Valfira where there was a lot of, well, I would say, oh look, hey, there's this, and then by the time I went to get it myself, it would be gone because everybody else had gotten some for themselves. Now, see, this is a thing it can sort of do is be a soft filbert brush like this, but then we can do that for much less with our 28-cent craft brushes, right, Valfira? So you can see, oh, they're already starting to bring out some of the values here. Now let's start fooling around with these turrets here. Hey there, Night Whisperer. Nice to see ya. Everybody please give Night Whisperer a follow. Of course, Night Whisperer, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Now, Night Whisperer, how did the all of the home remodeling stuff end up? How did that all turn out? Hopefully that all worked out exactly the way you wanted it to. So I guess Night Whisperer, what are you looking to do now that you're back and everything? Is there a project you're just looking to pick back up again, or is there a brand new thing you're looking to start? Just trying to pick up some more of this layer. But look, see all that? That's our that's that kind of pin line washy stuff that we did there. Night Whisper also uses the oil paints. So again, check out all the fabulous stuff that Night Whisper has been doing with the oil paints. Tangent, that super light brushstroke. I know we joke about the whole crush the brush, don't crush the brush thing. But you, even with the acrylics, you still want a light touch on the brush for sure. And that's why we're not removing paint here. That can, again, that's definitely going to happen with the oil paints if you got a real death grip on that brush. You can see we're starting to work around some of our lights here. Everybody, please check out that link that Night Whisper just shared. And again, check out all the nifty stuff that Night Whisper's been able to paint with the oils. Now again, up here it says it's a little too soon. Yep, too soon up there. So that's where we're going to go to another area here. And again, there's no thinner on this brush right now. There is none whatsoever. Because if there was, that would basically be really thin paint and really thin paint. And that is not going to be a great combo. No, sir. See if I can do a little bit on these cowlings here. Again, there's still an awful lot of our pin line wash there. Doing this right here and our other. Yeah, there we go. But you can see there's a bunch of places, right, where it just kind of is reactivating the glazy stuff there. That's okay. I also have to figure out, okay, are we going to be doing the red stripe there, or are we going to do something? I was thinking of a blue one across here, maybe. Or up there. I think we'll keep it maybe down here, so maybe right across there. Yeah, okay, that's right. I forgot about the bathrooms, too. Well, again, Night Whisper, good luck on the 1-to-1 scale terrain project. Those are always an interesting adventure. And here's again, I don't want to jinx anything. We want that to be as hassle. I'm just going to go with the red here. Let's just keep it the same. We'll just keep things the same here. We're going to do that. I guess maybe here. Like there. And then another one back here. And then we'll hit that with our lighter red too. But that's going to have to set there too for a while. Grab some of this. A little bit of the Payne's gray in there. Yeah, see, even in here, that is just a wee bit too fresh, so we're just going to have to make sure we don't fool around with that too much just yet. This I can lighten up a little. I don't know if I want it quite so light. Blending brush, blending brush. Not that. Oh yeah, we use this. Already is a blending brush. Minus that bit of the... Alright, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. So yeah. Yeah, Night Whisper... Just hoping that all's gonna work out. You won't... I guess it'll be kind of weird when they first do that. And everything's gonna look so different. Might as well just hit these barrels for now. This is about the only area here. Again, I just have to let stuff have a chance to set. See if I can get the underside of... Oh, here it is. Come on, there we go. So, who knows, maybe we use maybe we use this for our ordnance or something like that at Gen Con. I don't know. More just for fun rather than anything else. Again, we're gonna try to... This is, I'm gonna try and simulate some more panel line stuff on that surface too. So Garcia's, I don't use OBS, I use Streamlabs. So if somebody has some advice on whatever is happening with OBS, I mean, aside from doing a lot of refreshing over and over and over again, or just restarting the machine. So yeah, Night Whisper, here we had a little bit of a fracas with the 5 inches of rain in about less than 2 hours. And there's definitely some folks here that are, well, let's just say that drywall is probably looking like a different color than when the day started. Now here again, we're not looking to do that just a flat thing, right? We're looking to try and kind of simulate some pan. Actually, I can zoom in here, can I? I do have a zoom. There we go. Yeah, Night Whisper, I'm seeing more and more folks. They're telling me that they have to deal with stuff where the initial house was not exactly built with the best of things, or shall we say some shortcuts were taken. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Right, Night Whisper, everything just kind of looking exactly the same as the next one. More of this up here. Yeah, I gotta get that a little later too. These things, there's still too much. I can I can still see all the pin line wash stuff being super shiny back there, so we can't mess with that. So I see what you're saying there, Recoil. Wow. And weren't the Giants, they were down by 35 at half. That was at halftime, or it was some point in the first half, right, Recoil? And then they win by 44, and then Gold Coast. Well, that might stick a pin in it then if they're going to be doing that. I don't know, Rico. You might say that Gold Coast might just deserve it more. Yeah, that talk about Brisbane taking the night off. So here again, trying to get some of that later stuff in here. Nice to see you there, Uber Yeti. So Uber Yeti, we're doing another one of the Galactica type ships right there. This one's even bigger than Galactica. It is quite the monster. And of course, Uber Yeti, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Yeah, Night Whisper, it's crazy to think, right, that you say, oh, that's a long ways away. Well, in construction, especially with that much, it's not necessarily that far away, right? I suppose the one benefit of it being colder is that the plaster is going to dry faster. Certainly, well, no plaster's drying around here. Plaster's just turning into a moldy whatever around here right now. For those folks that have plaster in their basement. And again, we're going to be doing a lot of this. A lot of this. So we can work it into maybe a little bit of some greenish stuff too after a bit. No problem there, Uber Yeti. No problem. Sorry that I can't, bring it up on the screen there. I don't actually have that set up or anything, so I just let folks go check it out for themselves. So again, we're just working in some basically lighter midtones here. And that's still pretty wet down underneath there, so we'll have to just kind of do that for right now. Yeah, Night Whisper, that's how it was when we are trying to do the garage thing. It was just basically random whenever they would show up. Because there was, 5 different crews involved. Come on, there we go. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Uber Yeti just shared. So again, Uber Yeti, great to see you again, and I hope that the that trip there was you still have all of the fun images kind of bouncing around in your head still from that. More later up here too. Still trying to add some more light to some of the turrets here. Where's that? Here we go. On this. Here too. Oh yeah, Night Whisper. Here we go. Here's a Tale of Two Skin Tones. I mean, here's one. This is an FDM printed bust right here. And then this is the one that Lethal Shadows gave me. And a little different on the skin tone there. Looking a little bit more peaked, just a teensy bit. More of that. some lighter stuff here. Is this looks like that is actually set enough there I can kind of drag this across. There's a ton of little panel lines in here. So yeah, Fair, there's going to be a lot of panel lines on this. We thought Panel Galactica had a lot, but boy oh boy. This is going to be interesting here. Let's do this here. Let's see. Yeah, let's do a little bit more of that. Again, that lighter stuff here. Well, Night Whisper again. Hopefully, you feel kind of rejuvenated a bit from that, and again, now it settles down to that 1-to-1 terrain scale project. There's some. Yeah, there's still too much of the thinner there, so we're gonna have to just leave that alone. For now, anyways. Same thing down in there. I might try to get a few of these somewhat lighter areas down here, but that's even, yeah, that was done after our other stuff, so I'm just going to maybe get a little bit of lighter stuff on the turrets, and all the rest of that is just going to have to set. Put that around our blue stuff. We'll have to get some of our lighter we'll go in the engines too. Well, again, Night Whisper, wish you luck with all that stuff. I know that none of that is easy. Let me get these guys here. Yeah, I guess we'll hit that too. boy, oh boy, that just turned so dark because of all of the pin line wash stuff that got into the brush. And again, you can see how I basically only have 2 fingers on that brush. That is it. A bit more over there. Has this set enough that I can just kind of do a dry brush over the top? Sort of. Here, let me, while red, I think now the red has set a little bit more. I think I can maybe get some of our lighter red along here. Not a ton. Just a little something right there. Now, thanks, Robert Wolf. Now, I think we did just put a few little new things up on the YouTube channels here. Again, the Linseed Fellowship. This is where all of these past sessions are going to go. So if you want to see Galactica or our Ares class monitor, you got to go here. There's no commercials on this channel. There's no ads because, well, again, Twitch won't let you make highlights anymore. So if you want to see things like, this bust we were just showing, all of that, I think I just put this one up on the Linseed Fellowship channel. So I think this one is up on the Linseed Fellowship channel right now. That FDM printed bust there. Back to my kind of, well, that's much lighter bluish gray now. Get along these panel lines here though. So this is kind of, it's much more set here, so I can get in here and do stuff like this. There's other places, and you can see this is supposed to be a little pointed brush. It's basically now a micro filbert brush. These brushes work well for that. You're not really going to want to use your snazzy liner brush for that. Probably not. So, yeah, there you go. Night Whisper, do some AI image generation of what do you want the house to look like. Geez, Velfer, instead of drawing everything out the old-fashioned way like I was still in drafting class, I could have used the GPTs there. Just realizing that. I think I might just be able to finally get something later over here. Well, not really. And we'll keep in mind that pretty much I think Monday is the last stream I can do before we're heading off to Gen Con. Okay, let me mess around with this here again. Not quite sure what is happening with that. Is this okay? That's a little bit more dry there. Oh, that's fantastic, Night Whisperer. Now, is he able to kind of drop in like lighting options and stuff and show what that might look like? Because sometimes areas look very different during the day versus at night. Maybe bring in more of that light there. Still waiting. See that sitting right there. And now out here I can kind of mess around. No, even there. See, even there, it's too soon. Don't be a hasty little hobbit there. here you can drag that across and get a little more something there. And again, the whole idea here is to try trying to create different little panel lines. I think like with Star Trek ships, right, Valfira, they're always trying to get those the little sections to be different colors and such. The little panels and such. At least on those scale models that I see. So yeah, Night Whisper, being able to see how the cabinets are going to look in advance, that would really be a big help. I wonder. Yeah, see, on some of those cowlings, I can kind of get a little bit of the lighter stuff, but not too many. Yeah, see, that's too soon there. Too soon. Essentially creating myself a little micro filbert brush right here. I want to get 1 hour 37 minutes ago. How much paint was there on this guy? There was none. There was certainly no space gate down there. So I'm not imagining that, Valfira. Okay, so there's a thing, right? I mean, I thought so. For whatever reason, Valfira, tons and tons and tons of model starships show up on my Amazon. Not on Insta. Never shows up on Insta, but it shows up on Amazon, or sorry, my Facebook all the time. Actually, what's showing up on Amazon, Valfira, is like whatever actual model ships are available for the Battlestar Galactica universe. Those show up on Amazon. So again, trying to get the some more panel lines along there. Yeah, oh, I can see all the liquid stuff there. We'll just have to wait. Because remember, we did spend it was like 50 minutes in, I think, when we finally got a chance to start doing our pin line wash stuff here. Finally able to get maybe some lighter. No, not there. Look at, see that big old dark blob on the end of the brush there? That means we are not able to mess around with that area yet. So we go around to the other areas that will let me get paint on them. Maybe this is gonna let me get some paint. I think it is, yeah. Can we do some more there? Yes. Also here. Let me try some on this. Again, some of the lighter stuff here. That's what I was thinking, Valfira. That seems how all that stuff goes. The same, they do that with the vehicles too, right? They do like one brush stroke, they mask everything off, then they do another brush stroke, then they mask everything off, and then they gloss varnish the whole thing and do another brush stroke. try to can't get in. But finally, some of these areas are getting to be a little bit drier, a little bit less with the glaze on them, and we can kind of come back in more with our mid tones and more of our lights here. Like so. Again, we'll be coming in with our liner brush to do some of the really tiny stuff. Right now I'm still sticking with our not quite filbert brush here. Looks like maybe I can get a little bit of something lighter down in there. Again, just a little quick dry brush there. Boyville Fair, probably layer after layer after layer, trying to probably get like all the translucency in there and kind of that, where you're seeing into the eye as opposed to just, well, some highlights or whatever and some shadows. So over here, so I can get away with a little bit more of that lighter, dry brushy type stuff. We'll do some of that over here. Still can't really do too much of that up there. It's, look at, see all that dark paint on there? Means we just gotta go back again to more of our lighter dry brush elsewhere where maybe the paint is more set. Maybe some there. Whatever's going on in that area. Some of that over here. Now there's still a little collection of that glaze down over there. So we have to just kind of, again, not fool around with that area. Gotta be patient. So Night Whisper, I'm guessing it's going to be a little while before you're going to be able to do the stream in there. Like I say, you have to kind of reset everything, reset studios and work areas. Trying to sneak in a little bit of our light there. It wasn't terribly much of it. Little something there. Like that. How's about a little more here? Well, that'd be fantastic, Night Whisper. Again, everybody please give Night Whisper a follow. So that when Night Whisper starts streaming again, you're not going to miss anything. And Night Whisper, if you wanted to share your stuff again there. I think we had that raid happen right around when you were doing that. And again, many thanks to Drink Your Paint Water Live for the raid. I think that was just as we were getting underway. I think we were just starting to paint the spacescape. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the Kingdom Death stuff. I do actually have some Kingdom. That's kind of funny. The stuff we got at Gen Con. I do have some Kingdom Death figures. Not quite sure if they'll be. Well, I guess Yeah, not maybe gonna paint them on Twitch, but things I can do at least tutorial vids on. But again, look at all that dark stuff right there. So as we keep moving along with this, there are again like here, so I can do that dry brush stuff without it getting too crazy with our pin line wash stuff getting caught up in it. Everybody, please check out that Orc Queen that Night Whisper just posted. And then again, please give Night Whisper a follow. Yeah, even that has too much of the thinner in it right now. This one, yeah, even that one too. Now, Velfir, it's interesting when we have film noir, when we have an object that's almost noir on it. Yeah, actually, Velfir, we should zoom out. We'll zoom out here so we can see more of it. We want to see our Spacescape too. Interesting. I'll see. Does the ship really get that much lighter? Yeah, it gets definitely lighter with the color, and I think it gets a little bit dingier, doesn't it, Velfair, when the color goes away? Now let's try this other object here. Boy, there's just something about. Do they call them practical effects, Night Whisper, instead of all the CGI stuff? Now here, take a look at the skin tones, the red and the green. And now that, let me look at that, it all just goes away. But when that color comes back, look at that. See that some rosy red in there, some greenish grays. That all is that is more than just light versus dark contrast. Way more than that. I mean, I know Night Whispers sometimes it could be jinky trying to light them, or then you have to hide the whatever bar it is that they're is holding it up to for filming. I know that can be the extra work there, but sometimes that extra work really is worth it, right, Night Whisper? Well, even with the Lord of the Rings stuff, Night Whisper, I think because they actually made the cities for the most part, sometimes almost in 1-to-1 scale. I don't know. I think that was. I think you can see the difference when it's just a real thing. I mean, you can splice in the other stuff too. Again, here that's just trying to get some more of the panel lines here. Let me get some of this going here. Drag that across. Is this stuff starting to set? Now I can finally start to fool around a little bit with some of that down there. Down here, not so much, not yet. It's okay. We're not even 2 hours in. Maybe this is a little bit later than what I wanted to get right in that particular area. Now, oh geez, Night Whisper, that must have been really neat to see like in person there. So again, I gotta wait. Well, I could. Here, we could take our liner brushes here. Here we are. And we can maybe try to do a little something on that with some kind of yellowish gold, whatever here. Maybe a little thinner, I guess. And then also around the edge of it, maybe. Let's do this here. I don't know, maybe I'll change this to red around the outside. Let me see how this. Yeah, we're gonna go with that instead. I think there might have been a few of those, I think, too, with the Lord of the Rings stuff, where maybe something was a little something was kind of placed in there. Nobody really sees it, but the folks working on I know for Lord of the Rings they call them bigatures. Here, let me get some more of my Windsor red in here. There it is. So again, they're doing the Alkid stuff there. That also Fanchon red. It can be Naphthol red. I mean, it is the same pigment basically. Breaking that down here. A little more there. Also on this side. Okay, now over here. I guess it's still got to be thinner. Boom, there we go. For whatever reason, that just did not stick on there. Now, I might actually come back the other way here. I get some of the Payne's gray involved. And we're going to try and sharpen up some line. What's hilarious is these all look like turrets that like they belong on Bismarck or Scharnhorst or something like that. Now, if I get the stream on Monday, it might be an Armada Monday because I have a couple of ships prepped. Our last World War II ship that we did, remember that was, I believe that was Rodney. It was the last of our World War II ships that we did. So here I'm going to try and bring back a little bit of the edge there. We kind of lost a bit of that. Like so. So yeah, Rico, I don't think that, I'm not so sure September is going to be happening for the dogs. There might be a, well, if they don't beat GWS, then it really won't matter at all. But I do think this was their best opportunity to kind of get back into things. And Gold Coast kind of flipped the script there. Just trying to get some of the darker stuff on the end of the barrels here. yeah, right along here. This is almost getting to be pin line wash territory again here. Pretty close. Maybe around that. Here, let's go on to this side. Pretty good on our dark around that on the other side. I'm breaking this down a little bit. Don't want it to be super thin because it's going to have to go on some pretty narrow areas here like these things. Right along these engine cowlings. Ah, this way too. I think I could still go later on the barrels and on the turrets here, but again, trying to make sure that is a sharper edge up there. Which we could do now that we've got our liner brush in action here. Try to lighten up whatever that is along the spine there, and then maybe something in there, except that still not cooperating there. So we'll just have to leave that be. These though, I can finally start to get some lighter stuff in on this, especially with the liner brush now. And there. So here. Anything else? There's a whole bunch of little doodads up in here. See what we can mess around with these. I mean, it's not like there's nothing going on the ventral side or the dorsal side of the Galactica thing, but boy, there's a lot of little stuff going on back here. And then again, we're going to be coming back later on with our darks to really try to get some of these wee little panel lines in. That is going to be really that could be a challenge on some of them. Now I know we wanted to get some lighter engine glue on there, kind of like what we have here. And that's where we kind of get back into our pin line wash stuff again. Here, let me grab maybe not you, maybe this one right here. Our white, a little bit of the sky blue. And then we just have to start breaking this down with our thinner here. And again, this is where, even if it's 95% thinner, if it's opaque white, it still is, now it won't necessarily, if you just brush it on, it's not necessarily going to stay quite so opaque. But if you just do a pin line wash with it, it will kind of keep that opacity. That's how we do it all the time for our source lighting. Like the deepest parts of our source lighting. Where'd my other one go? I was trying to keep that as a blending brush here. We'll do that for our next one. And then blending brush that here. So you can see the difference between those two and then these two. We'll get to these guys now. Our little blending brush there. Gonna have at it there. Blending brush again.
So say we all.
Hey there, Sarge. Much appreciated, Sarge. So Sarge, hopefully things are still looking okay for ReaperCon there for at least one of the projects. Oh, thanks, Night Whisper. So Sarge, I think I sent you a picture of the cobbler. Well, did I send you the video of the cobbler there, Sarge? I think I did. That was the first of the pineapple ones. Again, after Gen Con, we're gonna do the pear cobbler. See how that goes. Hey there, Mike. How you doing? Everybody, please give Arto Mike Disney a follow. Mike, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So this was our Panel Galactica here. We also did a painting of that. Now we're doing another one of our BSG ships. Let's see, Sarge, did I send you a picture of this here? I don't know if I sent you a picture of this. Hey, there's surface tension. Whoops, upside down. There we go. So this is what we painted on our Thursday stream. A little bit of Serenity there. If we can find some 3D printable files, we'll try and do that too. So thank you so much, Surface Tension. Why don't you share a link too there? Yeah, go ahead and share that link, Surface Tension. Let people see what you're doing with those fabulous oil paints there. So have a good night there, Night Whisper. Take care of yourself, and good luck with all of the remodeling stuff too, of course. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. Again, some fabulous oil-painted miniatures. And thanks again, Sarge. Appreciate that. So yes, Sarge, when I get back from Gen Con, we'll try the pear cobbler with some cinnamon and such in it. See how that one goes. Yeah, I mean, they all kind of do that, Sarge, but that one really I was really able to capture that. I think I did it on one other one. It didn't really show it quite so much. I wonder. I think actually, sorry, it might have had a little bit more liquid in it, being pineapple. Yeah, you know how it is. Pineapple is not quite as say thick as it's not quite that pie filling consistency. Thanks, Mike. We started out with the BSG base. Now those are more magenta and violet here. Where are we at? Here we go. And we wanted to do something different because we did so many that were with that style. Yeah, here was our Necrons and such. So we wanted to do something a little bit different. And that's what we did here on our BSG, but also we're doing it on some BFG stuff. Right here, so that was another little test one that we did there. So yeah, there's been quite a bit of 2D art going on, Mike. Now, actually, Mike, have you been able to do some more of the 2D art as well? I know you've been streaming the miniatures and stuff. And again, you want to share some of that in the chat, please go ahead. Let me get some more. I'm going to come back and now there we go. There you go. Let me see, what are we at time-wise here? So 2 hours and 5 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. It had no spacescape. Yeah, no panel lines. It had no nothing on it. Oh, geez, recoil. I wonder what the heck happened there. Sorry about that recoil. Let's see. Let's do this here. Well, we could do the special one there, recoil. Sorry about that recoil. Thank you so much. Ah, that's fantastic. That's fantastic, Mike. And now, Rico, did you get a chance to share some of your fabulous basing stuff there? I don't think so. Because, well, more basing, more better, right, Recoil? It always is. So thanks, Rico. Appreciate that. That will be super helpful. I think, oh, let's see, we're at half. Was that half? Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if we actually got our hype train there. I think, well, I think it doesn't count the donos, but I think it should, right, Recoil? So I think we're going to get one of these, Recoil. There it is. It says there's 28 seconds up, but we're preemptively going to do this. We're preemptively doing that, Recoil. So thanks again, Recoil. Appreciate that. Ugh. So yeah, Recoil, I'll try to get you some pictures of the that display print thing with the figs on. I'm really hoping that I can somehow finish the filming on that after the stream tonight. Trying to get me a little bit more of this. There we go. So yeah, Mike, I actually there was a couple of birthdays in there where I did some dog portraits for my sister-in-law and for my niece. Let me work this in here. Surface tension, more panel lines, more better, right? This thing, there's a few. And again, here's kind of your size in relationship to Galactica there. It's gonna be one heck of a fleet, right? Surface tension. Well, you know what this means, Recoil. I've got to somehow paint some kind of a spacescape backdrop for these. Now I've got those canvases. I'm not so sure those will be big enough though. But what I might be able to do is have one that's kind of flat and then one that's this way. Either that or I find just a piece of cloth or something like that and just paint the whole thing as a spacescape so that it kind of curves like a typical backdrop. I don't know. What do you think that would work? Their surface tension. If I was to just get oh yeah, I don't know, maybe even one of a neoprene mat or something like that, and then just paint this spacescape on it, and see how that might work as a photo backdrop. Yep, surface tension. Just think of all the terrain too. Whoops, that doesn't belong there. That does not belong there. Let me see if we can scare this up here. Whoops, 1 second here. Let me try this. And let's do not that. There we go. So Oh, we got that. It's almost. Oh, it almost looks like Yamato, the space battleship Yamato. There, recoil. That's what that reminds me of. Yeah, it reminds me of space battleship Yamato. So surface tension has a neoprene with that already on there. Because I've got a couple of those, and I'm not really. I don't really like what's on them. And I think if I painted with the oils would actually kind of absorb with it, and they'd be flexible enough to just kind of like ride the top of it like a surfboard. What's funny, recoil. Guess what I haven't tried to do with GPT at all, ever? Yeah, I still haven't tried using it for logos. Now, recoil, I'm trying to think of the three songs that I sent you for the Army of the Dead there was the third one was again, it was another one of those kind of more like a choir type of a thing, right? Because there was one of them where I think it was just the one singer, and it was almost more like a pop song type of thing. And I think there was two of them that were more orchestral, more of a choir type of thing. And I'm trying to think if one of those is probably the better option for doing the Army of the Dead video. I'm just hoping it sent you those in the same order, that I actually saw them in. So if you're saying, well, number three, I'm hoping that it's the same number three that I'm thinking about. That I do hit. There are names on them. I think if you check out the file, you can see what the name is on there. But that was one. Actually, recall. I tried doing a like a Gondor one. I think I did three times, which means six iterations, and I just did. There was even like hardly any parts that I liked in them, much less a whole song. So yeah, that was kind of a that didn't work out so well last night. But then last night was a crazy night, so maybe I was judging him a little bit too harshly. Yeah, I'm gonna try to lighten you a little bit. Trying to get again some more of the lighter panel line effect back in there. Let me see. Surface Edge, you'll have to send me a link to that. Now, of course, I'm hoping to have all of my like the Mumox and stuff, and I was hoping that Sky Reels could animate them, have them look like the whole line of them walking towards the camera and such. And my the merchant guard, kind of walking through the market there. What do we have here again? We're just going to do some lighter stuff on that. Maybe some of that over here too. Again, trying to think in terms of maybe some panel lines here. Or just panels, right? Different actual panels there. Trying to lighten this up here too. Now, it's a recoil that was reminding me. I don't know if you've ever seen Drakenifel's YouTube channel, but I think he got like Friday Rum Ration or something like that. That I think it's more like a question and answer thing that he does on Fridays. And then he has something I think that he does on Wednesdays too. It's another kind of special thing, and he's got a little different credits for it and stuff. Yep, surface tension. I definitely sympathize with that. Which again, that's why we won't be doing the battle report stuff here, but instead just live streaming the games. That makes way more sense. Especially since we're kind of we're doing a lot of modifications, and that kind of was the piece de resistance there. I feel well, let's just live stream this stuff since we're going to be doing so many modifications to it. People won't understand if it's a battle report. But if it's a live stream, we can pretty much explain what's going on. So again, trying to get into more of our light there. Some more of these edges. Yeah, I think maybe now I can start to fool around down here. It's getting a little bit less shiny. You know, I can even maybe take one of my filbert brushes here, something. I mean, we're using this as a blending brush, so it's got to be pretty soft. And we'll just sort of drag this along there. It's still picking up some of that dark. Yeah, I think we still got to wait on this. Let me get a little bit more of my lighter color there. And look at all that darker stuff getting on there. Yeah, you can really see it there. Here we got to refresh. I'm just trying to get a little something lighter on the turrets here if I can. That's about it. Nope, can't keep playing around with that. I mean, well, if it's something new, there's sometimes surface tension. Something new is actually going to get a little bit more attention than kind of like, okay, well, yeah, we've seen this before, seen that before, seen that before. Nobody's ever done that, have they? Recoil. Because well, obviously you've got your your Star Trek or your Starfleet battles type thing. I don't think anybody's ever done a BSG one, have they? Recoil. Now, obviously, I guess there's all the licensing stuff. So if you want to make miniatures of it, let's work this in here. As we say hello to Bearded Celt. How you doing there, Celt? Great to see you again. Happy, well, it's a happy Sunday now. So happy Sunday there, Bearded Celt. Oh, geez, Recoil. I didn't know that. Well, I mean, really the last. It's been a while since I've had a chance to play video games, so I'm a little bit shy on my knowledge there. So Bearded Celt, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. We are painting yet another one of our Battlestar Galactica ships right here. These are all 3D printed. They are free files on the on Thingiverse, and this is actually this file right here. Boom. That's great there, Bearded Kill. Thanks for watching those. Appreciate that. And again, thank you so much for the raid. And again, Bearded Kilt, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. Okay, that didn't quite go where it was supposed to go. We'll just take some of that away. And glad that that could be a little bit of hopefully helpful hints in there too, Bearded Kilt. Now we're a little bit lighter there. Also a sharper edge there too. Actually, recoil. What I don't know, not exactly like it, but something along the lines of, say, a Star Trek Ascendancy. If there was a BSG, something version of that, that would be very interesting. Obviously, you would have the colonies and such. So Bearded Kilt, I sent off the email, and Bearded Kilt, if you look early in the message, there's basically a search function there that Ryan created, and that's something where you can just kind of maybe type in something that you're interested in, and it will direct you to something. Actually, recoil, that's my favorite kind of thing. The whole Starfleet battles thing, that was a little too intense for me there. The whole real time thing, I much prefer the turn based kind of stuff like that. You can kind of just sort of absorb it and enjoy it more. So thanks for doing the sub there, Beard account. And again, there is in that initial message, there is, and it's pretty early on in the message there. And again, that has that little link there, which is a nice search engine that Ryan created. Yeah. Oh, like I was wondering if there was sort of like a Civ version of, say, well, like a Lord of the Rings, right, where you could play Dol Amroth or something like that, and you're trying to build things up. I'm gonna have to come back with the dark stuff there. I think it's just gonna be easier to do that. I think it was Empire Earth or something like that. So it was kind of like another version of Age of Kings or something like that, or Age of Empires, whatever it was. And that was a little too much of the real time. And then when you got to the very technologically advanced stuff, unless you were also another computer, you had no chance. Because you could not keep track of all the things at the same time. So yes, Bearded Kilt, they're all videos. And again, that the email came with all the YouTube links.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Anna K. Garden. Appreciate that. I don't know. Maybe I'm starting to change my mind on this whole spaceship thing. That's what you call this thing, a spaceship, huh? It's like, dude, it's not a tin can. It's like looks smaller than a tin can to me. I don't think he was expecting that. Thank you so much for that follow, Anna. Let's see what we almost had a big Gandalf 6 on our first roll. And then it kind of bounced into the same thing. It was like this, then it hit something and turned into a 2. But as long as he stays away from the dreaded snake eyes, that's all that matters. So thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. We will come back with some of our darker stuff here to bring out some of these edges, but for right now, we're gonna do a little bit, almost like a highlight on some of these pieces here. So yep, here to kill. All of the YouTube links are in that email that I sent. Whatever your Patreon email is. And over here on this side, lighten you up a little bit. And again, let's see, is it this shelf here? Yeah, this Thursday stream was a little bit of Serenity. We also painted an actual 2D panel line Galactica. We've also painted Babylon 5. We've also painted Agamemnon here. So we've been doing all kinds of ship paintings as well. Everybody check out the Discord links. We had a couple of Discord links from Bearded Celt. Please check those out. Also, please get Bearded Celt a follow. That would be sensational. Fine, we'll get again, broke off some of the barrels here. Eventually, I'll try to just find some, whatchamacallit, I'll just cut off these completely. Well, I'm sure there's more than enough. I keep wanting to call it sprue, but some of our supports, there's got to be some supports that are around that same size. So again, everybody please give Bearded Celt a follow. That would be sensational. Now we're finally, even though this is finally starting to kind of dry out a little bit here, as far as our little pin line wash stuff that we did there. So those aren't canvases. Those are just, here we've got, well, they're the same things that I use for all the color charts. So that is just, here we go. Let's get so it's, I just get these on Dick Blick Crescent hot press illustration board. So yep, no wet palette. It's just a piece of this right here. So just a piece of parchment paper, and it's just clipped to a piece of cardboard. And now this is the flat stuff. So that's don't get the roller because it's going to want to stay rolled up on you. So that would be very inconvenient. You want to get the flat sheets, way easier to deal with for creating your palette. And again, it is just clipped to a piece of cardboard, and that is it. Ironically enough, that parchment paper was the same stuff I used to use for my homemade wet palette. Couldn't even possibly imagine when's the last time I used a wet palette. I mean, I was just using acrylics right before the stream, but I was using my little plastic, essentially Tupperware container lids. That's it. It's just stuff from the grocery store. You know, a batch of fruit that's all cut up. I just kind of save the lids, wash those off, and they actually make very good temporary palettes, just one-time use palettes that I'll use for my videos, especially for terrain painting or something along those lines. Blending brush here. Now maybe I can finally get at some of this stuff in here. Yep, finally can. I had to wait a while. But now we can finally get at some of this here. Even now, it still is a little bit resistant there. Now, well, that's great beer to kill. And again, don't if you can maybe snag every so often. Maybe you look at the art store there if they have a fabulous clearance sale or something like that. And it's one of the colors that we talk about all the time. Maybe try and snag it then, just so you have it. And again, if you could also do is, as long as you have one dark color and one light color with the oils, you can certainly do something like that. That's all you need. One light color, one dark color. Nice to see you again there, Flight Sim. Hope that you're doing well. So hopefully that the printer has been going well for you. I know that was the last big thing that and you had kind of swapped out printers there, and I think you had the new one just finally started working the way you wanted it to. We'll throw in a little more of our light there. Yep. So 2.5 hours ago on this particular object, how much paint was there? There was none at all. Nada, zilch, nothing. We did our little spacescape down here after we did the initial little dry brush type stuff on the ship itself. While the spacescape was setting, then we did some of the kind of pinline wash stuff on the ship. Hey there, Grant Oracle. Great to see you. So, Grant Oracle, yeah, it was a little bit of a mischievous day yesterday, so was not able to stream. That's gonna be quite the mega project there, Flight Sim. So yeah, Grant Oracle, the 5 inches of rain in less than 2 hours was somewhat deleterious to being able to stream. What's crazy is that basically everybody around me got it worse than me. Judging by all the stuff I'm seeing in the alley, and obviously still trying to dry things out here. Now, of course, because of this is where 3D printing is very helpful. Grant Oracle, all of those dehumidifiers that I have to, keep the spools nice and dry for the FDM printer. Well, that also can dry things out in a hurry. Surface tension, given the 3 inches of water that was literally up against the house, it put the stream in not streaming for sure. Right now, here I think we do have. Oh, we've got. Again, this is the graphic that Recoil created for Shipyard Saturday. Now here is again. This is not my actual block here, but this is what was going on. You can see that the 6-inch curb now has water over the top of it. So that's what things were looking like here. Again, that's what happens when you get 5 inches of rain in less than 2 hours. Basically, Grant Oracle, every July now for at least 5 years this has happened. And there's pretty much no defense against it. Now, I will say this, Grant Oracle, this is a home repair channel. The stuff that I did with that the hydraulic cement, that there was no problem there. Again, what happened was the neighbor's downspout basically forced all the water into a confined area, which was between the two houses. I'm imagining he must have got water too. So yeah, I do believe here. I think we even maybe have a little something that does show. Ah, here we go. Yeah. So just imagine this area, this hole from house to house, about 3 to 4 inches of water in there. So this sidewalk, I'm going to raise that sidewalk, and because this is the temporary dam, there was a, let's see, also here. Whoops, wrong way. Yeah, there was a couple of other. You can see all those leaves piled up there. That was up against the house. Yeah, I remember Flight Sim that you had to make a change to the Anycubic stuff. I'm just glad that it worked out for you. I mean, sometimes, you just get the right thing right away, and other times you have to kind of find your way to the right thing. I keep thinking, what was that story that Kalis was telling Worf? Okay, a bit more. Can we go later in here? I think we can reach that. Yep, we can reach that. Yeah, surface tension. That talk about a riverboat right there. And what's crazy, their surface tension is that again, there were people that only lived maybe 10 minutes away from me. They got no rain at all. Yeah, that's kind of the nature of the beast. With the jet stream being that far north, and it is going to be coming down, so I think maybe I get some time in August to try and do some of the work on the house there. Also, we'll be back from Gen Con. Now, remember, again, there won't be any Thursday, Friday, Saturday streams next week because I will be at Gen Con. Yeah, surface tension. Let's put it this way: there was a couple of people with garden rakes and stuff trying to free up some sewer grates. And when you're getting emails from the ward office saying, "Hey, can you let us know if you had any flood damage?" Because we're applying for disaster relief. That's when you know that things got spicy. So I think Gen Con is really, it's almost more of a board game convention. It's really not miniatures. I mean, there's cosplay, there's a little bit of everything, there's RPG stuff. But I think I think it's safe to say it really is mostly the preponderance is board games. I don't know, it's about 85,000 people or so in Indianapolis. It's not the biggest convention in the world, but it's large. And of course, who is going to be there is going to be Armored Wolf. So if you're at Gen Con, booth 2707, that is where you're going to find Armored Wolf. So go there and support Bestest Moderator on the Twitches. I think they still have that Pathfinder tournament, right? And that's not far away from the miniatures area. Now, obviously, something like Adepticon is all about the miniatures. I mean, it is a miniatures convention, 100%. It is, and it's, well, I guess it's going to be very massive now. that it's moved to Milwaukee. Then, well, I will be in the Badger airbrush booth doing demos there. Then we'll be at the miniature painting area trying to lend a hand over there afterwards. It's going to be a very, very busy week. Again, I will be. Wednesday morning is when I'm leaving for that. I think we can maybe catch a couple more edges on this here. Sure. Do some of the same over here. What's happening with this? More of our light there. We need some more of it up here too. Oh yeah, all of these things. So now Flight Sim, I guess how many pieces are in that 200 mil scope there that you're doing? Don't want to go too light over here, but it will help the red to show up a little bit more there. What's interesting, Grand Oracle, is that I remember years ago, all I had was a tiny little Surface Pro with just a nasty little document style camera, and there would be people sitting there watching me for an hour or more, and I'd say there's this giant dealer's room here. I mean, even if you walked the entire thing for 5 days, you couldn't see all the stuff that's there, but they said there's nobody else here that's painting miniatures. I'll see you later, Surface Tension. Appreciate you being here. So Surface Tension, I'll try to send you some new things that I created in Skynet and such. Some of it's for Army of the Dead. And Surface Tension, that's right, you shared your link earlier, I think. Yep. So have yourself a good one there, Surface Tension. Ooh, now I can finally get back to this a little bit here. Yep. Some of that over there. Now again, we will be coming back into this with trying to draw out some panel lines there too. Some actual panel lines. Here we're just trying to simulate the panels. Yeah, it's sort of like what you see on the Star Trek ships and such. So yeah, a little bit of difference in the coloration instead of just a flat thing all the way across, and that's again what we did for our Battlestar Galactica there. Oh yeah, there's an edge right here. We kind of took that edge away. Now we're going to bring that back a little. Yeah, so this too. Let me see what I can do right along here. Yep. Another edge up along here that needs to be just kind of, again, reinforced a little bit. And then some more panels. I'm not quite sure how these landing pods are supposed to work here. It doesn't seem like they have a lot of easy ways to move back and forth. But again, I don't think it's so much about launching Vipers and Raptors. I think this is much more, well, monitors in World War II was more of a kind of a shore bombardment or basically a land battery at sea. And by sea, I mean not far out to sea because they were flat bottom boats. They weren't terribly big, and they just had that gigantic turret on them, which was also it was basically like a super firing turret on a ship that had no lower turret. It was just they were bizarre looking ships. I think let's see, Sweden had some. I mean, I don't think Norway had any, but I know Sweden had some monitors. Again, it's basically like a shore defense type ship. That's all it is, or coastal defense. It's not meant for high seas action, that's for sure. Let's see if I can. Yep, reinforce those a little. Reinforce this a little. And even now, there's still some of that initial, some of our pinline wash stuff that we did that I gotta allow that to set. Too thick. Gotta thin this down, break it down some more. So I can kind of get that top edge up there. I got more with the panels there now. Also, too, I'm gonna start to add some other colors here. Let's maybe get some of the radiant green going, because then that's gonna also pick up some of what we got down here. It can't be too green. I'm gonna here a little bit of our violet. That will cut back. It basically makes a gray, violet and green. You make them together. You're looking at a nice gray. Come on, a little more there. Now I think I can start to play around down here too. Been waiting a while to be able to do some stuff down there. You know what, maybe a little bit more of the violet there. Ah, there we go. Touch more of our light down in there. Haven't even touched this violet yet. Here, let me get this. Put that over here. So back, yeah, there we go. That was a little too greenish. Work something up there now. Oh, and of course, everybody say hello to Mom, because we want to say our best wishes to Mom, and hopefully Mom gonna be enjoying some delicious air fryer meals there made on the Ninja. Alright, and in we go there. Okay, let's get some of this green out here too. Okay, it's really more of a dull turquoise again, sort of like a very dull version. Oh, look at the, speaking of dull, you can see how there's not all the shiny stuff down there like there was before. Again, that was about the first, within the first 40-ish, 48 minutes or so of our painting exercise here. Doing the spacescape on the base. Can't leave that all just be dark. A little something lighter in there. Like that. More of our sort of teal color every so often. A couple of places out here. Maybe reinforce that a little more. Yeah, and maybe something down in there. Fine, we'll get a little bit of that along the bottom here. We did this with our other, with the BSG because, right, this, our spacescape would actually have an impact on that. So again, some of the violet, some of the green there. Yep, it's still, we still gotta wait a little bit longer, I think, for some of the stuff to have a chance to set here. I mean, I can do a little bit more there than I could before. Not a ton, but just a little bit. Let me see here. Let me get this stuff out of here first. Let me just get rid of that. I mean, I think some of these little panel lines here, we can do some stuff on those. Right along here. I'm going to retreat to my turquoise-ish mix here. And just trying to simulate some panels down here. You know, I might even use this because this is the one we were actually using to do our panels early on. So maybe we'll try that. And I believe, yeah, I'm going to darken the edges of our cowlings here. We're just going to take that Van Dyke brown. Maybe we'll use some thinner there. There we go. So that we kind of changed what's going on the end of the engine cowlings here. And then we'll get some of the lighter stuff too along the edge. Where's my light blue here? Super light blue. Actually, I'm gonna steal a little bit of my fast matte white there as well. Put you up here. Okay, and then we'll mix this most likely with the sky blue. That and the sky blue. Come on, a little more. Something like this. Along the edges. Make it look like there's a little bit of glow there. I can still go even lighter than that. We'll wait on that first though. More of that over here. And then down. And these is a little bit harder to reach down here. But the liner brush makes it possible. And now back to more of the blue. And I'm gonna try and get me some little bit of reflected light there on again the engine cowlings from these forward engines here. Blending brush. Grab that and then here, just gonna take that and we'll just pull that around. No hashtag no layers. No layers. Not necessary with the oil paints. So we lighten up you a little bit. We lighten up you a little bit. Now we'll take this. Same on these. Get these engines, casting that glow out to here. More of that up here. So Grant Oracle, hopefully the fabulous printer, speaking of printers, is still behaving there. I'm sure it's doing some amazing things. I'm just glad that's been working out really well for you too. Now there is the latest light. Also some up here. Okay, so now we've got our engine glow there. Oh yeah, here, let me take this brush again. Gonna get some thinner on that, I think, too. There we are. We just needed to get a little bit of that on there, and again, to just help that flow a little bit more. Get that out of the brush. Back to some of our later stuff again. Up here. I'm pretty sure that we also, yeah, we actually did get inside these struts here too. Yeah, we'll do that. Some violet, some of the green. Now that can't be too thin either. Let's see what we got here. Oh, that is almost a pin line wash, right? That's super close. That is real close there. Yeah, we need a little bit of the lighter stuff there. Kind of a dark middle tone. Nope, that is too much thinner. I can see that. Do these shapes here. And then some stuff up there on the top. Back to our light again. On these vents. Gotta get these guys down here. More along our top edge of that. Maybe some more lights on the turrets. Maybe some light on the barrels too. Never did get the backs of these turrets. So let me just do this while I'm thinking about it. Well, that line not supposed to quite go in that direction, but we just got rid of it easy enough. Now I need more thinner in this. Let's break this down some more. This is the new fast mat what we just threw out there. Like this. Let's come out a little bit lighter up there too. Whoops, that not supposed to go there. Oh, look, it's practically like we've got an eraser here. Try that again. More like it. Well, let's get these. We did the ones on the other side here. These vents. And again, these are all, they're free on Thingiverse. I strongly suggest you don't print them too small. If you print them too small, there will be some crazy things going on. Now, they're all one piece. Oh yeah, that's right. These were the ones that I cranked up the support density to 70%. Well, I think it was ultimately about 60% or so. 58 to 60%, I believe, is the support density that I used on these. Thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon page. I just posted another one of our videos today. You do the Army Painted Pledge thing. You are looking at maybe now close to 2,500 hours worth of videos. So good luck binging all that. It's going to take you a while, especially since about 20 hours of new vids are coming out every single month. Yes, you heard that right, about 20 hours worth of vids. Now, it might be slightly less than that a month like this, where I was pretty much going to be gone for almost a third of the month. So there might be one less or something like that. I do have videos that I have been filming so that I can post those while I'm at Gen Con. I can do very limited stuff while I'm there. What have we got going on here? Let me do some more of this now. There we go. How's about some more of that up here? Like that. That doesn't go there. Not a problem. Again, break out the eraser. It's all good again. Also, here's some more of this. Squeeze that over. A little bit of light up there too. Yeah, I needed to guess. Yeah, here, let me reinforce that upper edge there on all the turrets. Couple more light edges on that. I'm not quite sure what this is over here, but we'll get some more light on it, I think. Oh, we already did that on that side. So 3 hours ago, there was no paint on this. There was no spacescape. There was no panel lines for sure. None of that. Speaking of lines, again, I'm trying to make the edge of that turret stand out a little bit more. Like you do. Lighter stuff up there. We haven't really done a whole lot of lighter stuff on this forward section like here. Trying to simulate some panels in there. On the top, yeah, let me try and get some more light on the top here. So there's a lot of little thingies up here. Yeah, we'll get that later too. All of this up here I think is just going to be made a little bit later. Trying to catch the edge of this over here. And then there's these little two thingies right here. I have no idea what those are really meant to be, but there's a bunch of them here. There's like 3 rows of them. And there's another row of them over here. And I think now I can kind of come back at them with some of the dark. Some of our panes, create some of our black there. Trying to get something darker inside of those. Then the outer edge of them. Now we'll try to do something with these guys here. I wonder, maybe a little more thinner. Not trying to do a pin line wash on these, but it's borderline pin line wash. But it is filling those things in. They're starting to look a little bit like an actual shape. They very much didn't look like anything. Okay, now down here, this gets even more interesting. Let's say we're trying to do these guys. Definitely like them a whole lot better. With that, actually, a little bit of dark in them for sure. And now we were talking about, your good old-fashioned panel lines. Let's see what we can start to do here for some actual panel lines. In some cases, it might be a suggested panel line or an actual one. Well, say hello for me there, Recoil. Say hello for me. I'll shoot you a message after the stream, of course. And thanks for everything, Recoil. That was super helpful with the dono there. So thank you so much. And again, say hello for me. Thanks, Recoil. Family is family. Doesn't matter where they are, right? And never too much of it either. More family, more better, right, Recoil? I'm gonna turn this around this way, I think, and attack it this way. It's probably a way better idea here. Can we do it like this? Yeah. So what we're kind of doing now is reinforcing some of the stuff that we did with our different colors and different values. And as Valvera was using the term Aztecing, again, that's the kind of stuff you see on all the Starfleet ships, where the panels kind of, some of them are more of a blue-gray, some almost like a teal-ish gray. Definitely recoil. Wow, okay, that is a different edge than what's over here. That is definitely different. All right. Now again, we're gonna keep moving around trying to do these. That's a little too. Nah, maybe not. Maybe that's not as heavy as I was thinking. But this is it. Maybe sometime where we're gonna maybe redefine an edge or whatever. Maybe it got a little soft or whatever. Bring it back. A little more right there. And there's all these little shapes there now. And what I'm also gonna maybe do is add some of the Naples yellow there. Might even try to make that a little lighter. And then some of that around the edges here. Let's try this side. Not too much thinner again. It's almost a dry brush. It's pretty close to that. Right down in there, and then along here, and then out on the edges. Need some there. I want. Let me get a little bit more of my lighter white in there one more time. Some more. Couple little panel lines up there, and then along this edge. So you can see here, there's kind of like a panel there, and then another panel over there. So it really helps to break up that space. I mean, when you see your warships and stuff, you can even yes, they're armored and all that kind of stuff. You can still see the where each of those armor plates begins and ends, where it's welded together. So again, that really needed to break up the top of that surface. And again, it's relatively light what we're putting on here. I'm not so sure I can do a whole bunch of whatever these crazy little boxes are here. Okay, another couple of panels up here. Panels, panel lines. Texture even on a really, 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 really tiny ship here. Another bit of line there. I'm going to lighten you up too. Touch more over there. Come on, lighter. How you doing there, Karolf? Everybody please give Karolf Grimfang a follow. So Grimfang, I hope that your stream was a blast. We are painting another one of our Battlestar Galactica era ships here. We did this one a few weeks ago. Again, we're trying to match our space. They're not exactly the same, but reasonably close. And then this, I think it's called an Ares class monitor. So you can see that you got your big turrets there. And there is your Battlestar Galactica. All done with the oil paints right here. Thanks, Karolf. Now, of course, if you want to share anything in the chat there, Karolf, please go ahead. Now, we also did a 2D painting of Galactica this Thursday. We did a little 2D painting of Firefly here. On my birthday, we did this right here, a little Babylon 5. And then in between, we did Agamemnon here, another Babylon 5 ship. And again, we also did a 2D painting of Galactica because, well, Galactica. Now, I think it was a few days ago or a few days before that, we did this right here. So it was a little 3D printed bust right there. Very different kind of skin tone on that for sure. And then, of course, we've been painting a lot of Conquest stuff this month in advance of Gen Con there. So we did a whole bunch of these Ifrits and some of the, oh gosh, oh, the Jin, that's right. That's fantastic, Grimfang. And again, Grimfang, if you want to share any links to those, Discords, Instas, whatevs, please go ahead and do that too. And again, thank you for the raid. me see. So, well, let's see. Oh, yeah, we have our. Here's some of our Schmesh Marines that we've painted on the stream here. We did a whole bunch of Smurfs. Oh, that's right. We did some of these guys too. That's right, with the tower shields and everything. Oh, that's right. We're a little Xenos action there. A little bit of Xenos. Let me see. 3 hours and 21 minutes ago, this was just a blank miniature. There was just primer on here. There was no zenithal or anything like that. This has all been done in the last 3 hours, 21 minutes. Oh, and of course, 36 seconds. All done with the oil paints, start to finish. Let me back off to the. There's some of my more of that violet there. Ah, there we are. Ah, that's what's been missing in here. Probably got to do this on the other side too. See if we need to do this on the port side. Yes, we do. And of course, well, here's some of our other stuff that we have done. Obviously, we do a lot of Lord of the Rings stuff. We have some regular BFG stuff here. Also, some of our historical type things. And, oh, we've done much of our Tau stuff. A lot of Trench Crusade stuff. Tons of Trench Crusade. There'll be more of that once I get back from Gen Con 2. I've printed out a bunch of new stuff for that. Oh, how's the? Hopefully, you're gonna be able to have some fun with the space puppies there, Grimfang. And again, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Of course, I'm sure the stream was a blast. Now, of course, you just finished your stream, so it might not have a whole bunch of pictures of what you were just painting, unless you want to skedaddle off to that photo booth. I think we're gonna make this a teensy bit lighter right along there. So Karoof, I wish I still had the painting to show you, but yeah, we did full-on 2D painting of, well, as we call it, Paneline Galactica, because, panel lines. Oh, I think I have some. Oh, I do. I do have some. So look at this. So here's a couple of the other BSG ships that we've got. Ah, here we go. So yeah, very fun. Of course, we also sometimes do something like this. Where's our 1/1800 scale ships? Like so. Oh, also terrain, because terrain, yeah. Oh, and of course, stuff like our door. Oh, here's our Eldar grav tank. That's right. Forgot all about that one. So Karoof, yeah, these guys got pages and pages of files here. These are all free. They're on Thingiverse. I don't know if he's got himself a Pegasus. I mean, there's like dozens of ships there. I don't remember seeing a Pegasus. Now, maybe I missed something, but I don't remember seeing a Pegasus. It's the craziest thing. Now, again, maybe I missed something. Maybe in all the pages of stuff, I must have scrolled past it or something. I don't know how. But you could check those out. I don't remember seeing a Pegasus, which, of course, that's one of the first ones I thought I would see, right? Your regular BSG and then Pegasus, but nope, did not see a Pegasus. I mean, if he has one, well, then we'll certainly, grab that, print that baby out. And of course, my favorite board game is, of course, the Battlestar Galactica board game. Absolutely love that. Because I was looking for it. I thought maybe like 2 pages in, I might have seen it. But again, I've been in kind of a. It's been very distracting the last few weeks. Also, too, he has a bunch of B5 stuff now. I don't know how printable those are. Oh, by the way, these are all one-piece files, and also too, you can't even this. You should probably print out Galactica bigger because this kind of the cowling there that he added to it, that kind of flaked off in places. That's why we ended up doing all the battle damage there. Yeah, that wasn't originally supposed to be there, but it ended up there because I was like, well, there's some parts of this is just flaking off. So I said, yeah, why don't we try to fix that a little bit there? Now again, taking the violet, some of the turquoise together. We need a little bit of something lighter in there. Can't all just be the dark. Same thing out here. Let's reconstitute this brush. There we go. Sneak some of that down in there too. Something more here. Yep, I gotta do the same deal on this side. Nice to see their shrugs. So happy Saturday, well, happy Sunday there, shrugs. So yeah, shrugs. Sorry I wasn't able to stream last night. There was a bit of a disaster in the area here with the 5 inches of rain in less than 2 hours. Needless to say, that created some issues. And of course, shrugs. If you ever want to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. I'm gonna try to get a little something in there. Yeah, okay. So shrugs. Believe it or not, the people next door, they certainly got it way worse than me. The 11 inches of seepage and sewage that was in their basement, I did not get anything like that. Actually, my sister got more than I did. She had ankle deep water in her basement. And earlier today, I did a little one-to-one terrain scale project to try and just do like a little temporary thing just in case things get jinky. So yeah, it was. Let's see, what pictures do we have here? So again, yeah, this was the area where in between the two houses was about 3.5 inches of standing water, and let's just say it took the path of least resistance. And now this is not my house here, but this is the neighbor. That's like a 6-inch curb right there. You can see the water has gone over the curb, and well, somebody's trying to drive through. Again, turn around, don't drown. You really don't want to be doing that. 1 second. Oh, 1 second. It keeps moving on me. There we go. So again, well, at least I found out that again, this is a home remodeling channel, and that hydraulic cement that I did put in the one crack that actually held up. That held up. So I know that that works now. I mean, you can't get a much more intensive test than this. And again, most of the stuff that actually came in was not because of any kind of crack in the basement. it's because there was literally 3 inches of water up against the house. There is nothing that's going to withstand that. How are you doing there, This Mechanic Games? So This Mechanic Games, if you wanted to share something in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, Shrug, that is indisputable evidence that the hydraulic cement works. Now, I also would suggest you put the rubber stuff over the top of it. I basically had to use whatever I had on hand. So I used actually some foam gap filling stuff. Then I used uh, what little bit of mortar that I had, and then I used some of the last of the rubber stuff. Again, that's just a temporary thing. So this is the Ares class monitor. This is Galactica from a few weeks ago, and we're going to have ourselves quite the fleet of these things. Here's again some more. These are again 3D printed. So yeah, talk about more panel lines there. Yep, more and more and more of these guys here. Now, of course, unfortunately, this is like the 5th July in a row that we've had an event like this, except when it's happened in June. Sure, it's getting crazier. And this was not some like okay, it's spread out for hundreds of miles. It was just this very weird targeted band of stuff, and it just came out of just just nowhere. So yes, for folks, if you instead of paying the what is it, 11, 1200, $2,000 for the water seal stuff for about $28, you can basically do the same thing yourself. And you say, well, what if it doesn't last 10 years? Well, it doesn't have to. I mean, at 22 bucks a pop, if you did it every 3 years even, it's gonna it would take you 5 years practically to get to $100. So I think it's still pretty worth it. Yeah, Shrug. Well, what is it? Oh yeah, it can always be worse, right? That typical saying there. It can always be worse. And pretty much, well, given the pile of furniture and mattresses and stuff that I saw, out in the neighbor's garage in the alley, it could definitely be worse. Now, having lived here for quite some time, well, I know that these kind of things can happen. So the preventative measures are already taken. And Shrug, believe it or not, and I'll show you the picture in a bit, just the virtue of having FDM printers also very helpful because remember all those dehumidifiers that I keep talking about, to keep the humidity down for the printers? Yeah, the as of Friday afternoon, humidity down there was approaching 60%. Even hours ago before the stream, they were starting to reach some of them actually below 40%. So the dehumidifiers in the basement, never a bad idea, especially again if you've got the FDM printers. But in the case where maybe things get mischievous, like they did, that is one way to dry things out in a much more timely fashion. Now, of course, folks that maybe have central air or something like that, well, that's going to kind of do the same thing. Shrugs. It's one of the reasons why I'm always talking about those storage bins and those storage shelves and like the movable shelves and all that kind of stuff. And even on the movable shelves, there is nothing on the bottom level. I also have tons of those. They're absorbent sponges. Well, basically absorbent tubes. Usually, it's like auto repair places use them to sop up oil, transmission fluid, that kind of stuff. But it does work for water. So yeah, Shrug. There is the only thing that's on the floor of the basement is the floor because too many times. I mean, even again, things slightly raised, but still enough to nab those. So again, and again, the things definitely can always go worse for you. So, and I just felt bad for Saul because he had just moved down in that basement. Oh, maybe 2 weeks ago tops. I'm not sure what they're sleeping on these last couple of nights. Whatever it is not that bad. Unless they went out and bought new mattresses. Ooh, and I gotta get me some more dark over there too. Yeah, here, let's. We've been doing all this lighter stuff. Well, let's go back to the darker stuff now. Let's go back to that. A little bit of Van Dyke Brown, a little bit of our Mars Black here. Let me get this. Yeah, okay, that got a little bit smushy right there. Let's bring that back. And again, our spacescape down here. Try to make it like the other one, not the exact same thing. We doing our orange and our teal on those. Yeah, that's right. I just, like with the painting, we don't want people to struggle, right? And that's why I try to do a lot of videos where I try things out so that you don't have to find out the hard way that maybe something doesn't work or whatever. Remember the ice jams, Shrugsley? Remember those? And the folks in Texas are like, "What's an ice jam?" I'm like, "Well, it's something you're gonna have, given the snow that you have and kind of how your houses are made. There will be ice jams." Hey there, Camda. Great to see you, Camda. If you want to share stuffs in the chat, Camda, please go ahead. Thanks, Camda. Yeah, here I got a couple of the other ones printed out. So there's one, and here's another one. There you go. Still, now of course, so Karuf says that there is a Pegasus in his files there. I must just keep missing it. Well, he's got him. Sometimes Camda all he has is the render, and sometimes all he has is just the file itself, like a thumbnail of the file, and that's kind of distracting because it kind of varies. One page it's kind of looking like this, and the other page it's something else. Yeah, you don't want. You've seen the dreaded picture of me up on the roof, right? Trying to chip the ice out of the gutters there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. Some fabulous oil painted stuff there. As you'll see, I have at least, let's see, this is two, four, I have, I think at least four other ones printed out. I'm going to try and get me a little bit of the, yeah, some dark along some of these edges here too. So 3 hours, 41 minutes ago, how much paint was on here? There was none. Nada, zilch, no paint at all. Thanks, Cam. Actually, well, Cam, can't wait for you to see. So I started painting that display plant thing for the Zygomors. Uh, I was able to film, I think, 2 segments of it before I had to do the stream. So I will try to film the rest of it after the stream. I do believe that episode 1 is. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's already on the Patreon page. Put that up earlier today. Trying to get me a little bit here, a little bit darker there. That's going to show up, help the little bit of source lighting there show up too. I'm going to put a little bit of this out here as well. So yeah, Cam did the again all of the experiments. I mean, even some of it for like the sculpting, right? The sculpt prime paint all simultaneously. That is starting to yield some really nifty results and other things. Again, like okay, there's no way I would have been able to sculpt that texture. Well, at least not in a timely fashion. I was able to, in a literally matter of minutes, do what would have normally taken hours. I mean, even just a year or two ago, that would have taken hours. Instead, it took about, I think it was what, 12 minutes or something? No, 17 minutes. So, yeah, Shrugs, all of these crazy experiments and stuff. Well, and of course, the FDM printed busts, too. That's really transformed things because I think I've already printed out 4 of them for Gen Con. And given kind of the state of play here, there was no way I was going to be doing. I still have resin prints sitting on the printer that I haven't been able to take off of there because there's been too much moisture to be washing prints down there. All right, a little bit more of that. Come on, let me get a light edge on this here. Try and do the same deal on that side. Gotta lighten these up too. I think we had done a couple of them. Thanks, Shrugs. Appreciate that. So, Shrug, that Zygomore stuff that is for Gen Con. Tomorrow, well, later today, I will be filming another episode on that Rakashar, that gigantic kitty from Conquest. Because guess what? That's also for Gen Con. Actually, Shrug, oh, what's it called? Dirty Down. Dirty Down, Shrugs. That is something I'm hoping. I don't know if I'll be able to film one more video on it. I'm going to try. But actually, I might even try using some of the Dirty Down stuff on the Zygomore thing, especially since I'm using the acrylics to paint this display plant thing. So we might get an early attempt at the usage of the Dirty Down stuff. Let's see. I also have the blood effect stuff, the blood drips and the slime drips and all that. So I got those. We'll be trying those out. There you go. So it's the Goblin's Hut, Dirty Down, and the spray. Oh yeah, Camda, that's something else I want to try. The sprays on the buildings because you can modify that. So once it's on there, also too, depending on how many layers you put on, it will be darker or lighter. So yes, there will be multiple videos with the Dirty Down stuff. And I'm hoping that if I have a bunch of miniatures all painted up that need it, maybe we can even do a Dirty Down session on a stream because that'd be Dirty Down stream. All right, let me put a little bit of light on the top edge of this. Like so. Uh, yep, gotta do this. Okay, I don't want that to be too light up there. Okay, yeah. So it was way easier painting this spacescape here, actually Camden. Now that I've painted this, I think this is the third time I've painted the spacescape here. I think it's actually going to be different on the series because yeah, I've learned a little something about doing that. And of course, typical army painting thing, right, Camden? You know exactly how to paint it when you don't have to do any more. I'm going to sharpen this up a little bit over here. So Camda, once Gen Con is over, that also means I can get to maybe get back to our flat Thursdays again, and I'll definitely start doing because actually Camda, there's still some Spacescape, you know, the nebula creatures that I have not done yet. And actually Camda, what I also might do is remember how we had multiple references for each one? I might try to do the other reference so it won't be exactly like the one that we already did. But yeah, I'll just I was thinking of actually painting a backdrops because all of our BSG ships are all going to have this background on them. So I was actually thinking of painting something to use as a photo backdrop. Lighten this up, and I do believe I think I've downloaded the classic Galactica, so we'll be able to paint that even lighter than this one. Again, like, obviously we have lots of gray on this one. Another panel there, not a panel line, but an actual panel. Let's do some over here. And again, we have to we had to be patient because remember all the pinline wash stuff that we did here. There was quite some pinline washing on this thing, Camda. There was a lot of recesses on this thing. Some of our dark along that top edge. This one too. I'm gonna see if I can't refine that a little. Also that. More panel lines here. right. Some more of our panel lines here. Oh yeah, right here. Right there. Whoop, that went a little wonky. No big deal. I'm gonna take this. We're gonna use this blending brush hand, but it's all gone, all taken care of. So get more of our panel lines here. Kind of using what we already created with our lighter colors. I think, yeah, we're going to reinforce a couple little things over here. It went a little wonky. That's more like it. Oh, yeah, that's another bit. I'm not really sure what this do thing is here, but I didn't really want to make it too prominent. Oh, yeah, that's about we... Yeah, we gotta get maybe some lighter stuff on these things here. Alright, we can do that, because, yeah, okay, that's right, because there was nothing on Galactica. That might get too orangey. I want to also make it a little bit on the dingier side. Okay, so now we got something that's lighter here. Well, we got to break it down. Actually, cammed those. I didn't get like the more fancy Jerry's Artorama tubes, but I got the cheap ones from Amazon. We'll see what those can do. I'm just gonna take some, not like my critical colors, but maybe some of the like the ochres and the stuff that I don't really use too often, and I'm gonna see if I can squeeze those into those little tubes and see how strong they are. All right, I think now I've got something that's just about right. Let me get rid of some of that. There we go. Yeah, yeah. Any lighter than that, that would have been too much, I think. Push some of that down there. Still working away here. A little bit over there. Is that another little? Yeah, it's another piece that comes down there too. All right, we got to darken that. So on the underside here, now maybe I can start playing around with some of that stuff down there. Where is my brush? I think I was using one of these for our... Yeah, I think it was almost like, again, a tiny little filbert brush. Some of our teal color. Sort of reflecting again the nebula just a bit. So again, that's kind of going to create a bit of a mini filbert brush. And remember, I didn't want to do this initially because didn't want it to fall off of my base thing here also. I had to wait for all the pin line wash stuff that we did down here. And even then, some of it is still kind of fresh. Let's see. So yeah, Camden, it's you could makeup sponges, right? There's no mistakes. There's only makeup sponges. You could take the makeup sponge and wipe that away. Oh boy, Camden, I wish you could have said it was when we were down in Peoria, and I was just trying to paint over a color chart there, and I ended up kind of changing things around. I had to almost do something like that, where I just literally took a giant makeup sponge to it and just wiped a bunch of it away. Because by doing that, you kind of almost sort of dry out the surface, which, well, then that makes it a lot easier to go back into it with that dry brush, doesn't it? For sure. Again, here, almost a little teensy bit of a dry brush type of thing going on here, too. Doing that also down in there. Is that a little hot glue or something right there? There's a little something stuck to that. So yeah, I think well, and then too, you have a little bit of something that you can still blend into, right? Because it won't be completely wiped away. Mm, we'll go a little of this on that engine cowling there. More of a little more thinner into that. And again, so you're trying to use these as a point. I'm using it as a basically as a micro filbert brush. Thank you so much, Modular. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. That is 5 months worth. And of course, Modular, but it's we can't get more appropriate type stuff for a so say we all, right? Thank you so much, Modular. I want to see if I can't brush it a little bit more on my lighter stuff here, maybe even on the top, so the turrets here. And again, I am going to have to go back in here and sort of glue some new barrels on there. I mean, that won't be a huge, big deal. I'll just do that after Gen Con. We'll find ourselves some. There's got to be some supports floating around here, cured supports that would be around that size, and we'll just stick those on there, and that should be more than good enough. Now, and we just now, it looks like we're just now getting to the 4 hour mark. Just got there. Modular, I know he's got at least 2 or 3 files from the original, so you will be seeing original era for sure. I don't know how many more that he's got, because there's a ton of them, but there are definitely original Galactica files, and of course, it would be very fun to paint those. Obviously, giving it the lighter color. So fear not there, Modular. Eventually, once I can get those printed up, we'll certainly paint those. Oh, and of course, Recoil came up with Shipyard Saturday. He even did a little logo for it. So yes, when we can't do our Armada Mondays and they happen on a Saturday, it's Shipyard Saturday. Which of course works for Sunday too. 1 second there, Camda. There you go. And again, Camda, I think you heard some more of our home repair advice because this is a home remodeling channel. In addition to all the other things we do on the channel. Oh, geez, Camda, I don't think did I send you the cobbler? No, it's not the cobbler. The pineapple dump cake with all the bubbling video there. I'll have to send you that video. So if I didn't do that, haven't been able to get to the store to get the whipped cream to put on that thing. I've got to do that tomorrow. So yeah, Cam, I've got to find if he's got a Pegasus, and then I have to go look and see. I think he's not just the old Galactic. I think he's got some of the like the shuttlecraft too. I think he's got that. And again, these are available on Thingiverse for free. Just don't print them too small. I'll tell you that right now. This is about, I think, as small as you want to go. You go smaller than this. Again, they're all one-piece files. They're not quite designed to be printed really tiny. And I still haven't even attempted Camda to do the Babylon 5 ones. But that's yeah, I really would love to do them. But I'm not so sure I'll be able to print those things out. Well, the big stuff will print. The little small tiny things, maybe not so much. And yeah, get more of our little dry brushy stuff. Let me see if I can get some more of that really light stuff on the edge of those. Let's see if we can do that right here. Oh, that is right on the cusp of being a pinline wash. Just enough to help it to flow. And now I'm going to try and do the same deal on the side. I had to get that dark in there first. Now I keep sticking my hand on this, but now I think I might be able to go ahead and put maybe some of the final lighter stuff forward here. I want more of that light there. A touch more of it here. Now let's go back to our darker stuff, and again we kind of did the simulated panels there. Now we're going to kind of enhance it, sort of like what we were doing back here too. Thinning it down, breaking that down. First there. Now here again, see I did the like this, and I can kind of bring out that panel there. Again, we talked about it earlier. It's like the Aztecing stuff that you see on the all the Starfleet model ships. Except here we're not masking off a bunch of stuff. We're just doing it straight up with our oils here. There we go. More of it here. There. Alright, more down there. A bit more there. Darken that down. Yeah, I'm gonna clean up a few things over here too. Yep, these are a little bit fuzzy on these lines. So see, I kind of cut in a little bit of a panel line right there. Alright, under there. Yep, that went a little wonky. Guess what? I got me an eraser for that. Yes, I do. Catching some more lines there. Yep, the top of this. Make that a little bit sharper. More of our panel lines down in here. Because we didn't paint enough of them on Serenity, right, Candace? So, gotta paint more. And, well, Monday we've got one more of our Galactic type ships, I think, that we will paint. Because I've got the base all set, ready to go. That's too much. Oh, looky here, we're just gonna do that and we're gonna turn it into, I don't know, maybe some weathering or whatever. Not that big a deal, not gonna fret about it. Something, yeah, there we go. I wonder, see the sides of these turrets. It's kind of like when we're doing our ships and stuff. I want to get something a little later on that here. Let's maybe go for this. I don't know, I need a little bit of the lighter stuff. It's got some of our violet in it too. Yeah, I think so. That was getting a little just too dark. That's actually our original kind of pinline wash there too. Let me get this. Get the starboard turrets. Then I have to turn this around and then do the other side of all these turrets. No, that might be too light. Alright, turn it around. Do the same thing over here. Same bit of light on all of these guys. And then over here on that starboard side again. So that's a little bit of our turquoise, a little bit of the violet. That makes a gray that actually is kind of almost like a bluish gray without it being blue. I'm going to see if I can't manufacture a couple more panel ends up here. Like that. Some of those here. What else are we working in there? Yeah, I get a little bit more of that now. Hey there, Rocky Usa. How you doing? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Hopefully the miniature painting has been going fantastic for you. Yeah, oh, we gotta get, okay, a line there. Another one over there. Glad things are going good there, Rocky. Well, like always, Rocky Usa, if you wanted to share something in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Rocky Usa a follow too while you are at it. Alright, while I'm at it here, I'm going to try and get me. Ah, that is what we needed here. A couple little reinforced dirt. Now we're going to go back with the light stuff again. That is my fast matte white there. You know, I think I probably have put stuff there and then probably wiped it away with my finger. Because I've had to use this as a bit of a balancing point more than once. Couple more of those out here. Get along that edge. Now up along here too. We don't really have a whole bunch of it. I'm just going to make that lighter along there too. Can we get, yes, we can get some light on that panel line there. And again, here's our, I think, was that 4 weeks ago? Was it 3? Gee whiz, was that 4 weeks ago? It couldn't have, might have been that long ago. But again, we're building up our colonial fleet there. The colonial fleet continues to expand. More of that here. And there. A bit more of our violet color for in between these. Never did get a chance to sneak that in over here. Maybe I need to go a little lighter there too. try to do the same deal on this side. Get that lighter stuff again. There, so that looks way more interesting than if we were just, alternating light and dark line, and that's it. Now we have kind of a little bit of that middle tone in there. What's happening with these struts over here? Nope, that would be too late. Let's back away a little bit to this here. So again, our next stream on Monday there, probably going to be the last one I'll be able to squeeze in before Gen Con, since we're leaving Wednesday morning. There are not that many days to try and squeeze in more streams before that. And for those going to Gen Con, make sure you check out Armored Wolf booth 2707. Where's my, there it is. There's my violet up there. Oh, a little later there. Fine. Panel lines again. Along here, there's a ton of teensy little ones here. Going every which way. Maybe take that panel and go that direction with it. Darken you down some more. I wonder, is the, yep, here, let's go back to this. That needs to go all the way over the edge. They're all just kind of stopping before they reach the edge there. Now this side we didn't do that. For whatever reason, it happened all on the port side. Okay, we did get that dark on that end. We will take that. I need some cross panel lines up here. Ooh, okay, don't want to go too heavy on that. Not too heavy. There's a little jinky thing over here. Let's get some darks to restore that. Here's another one that got a little, there we go, a little wobbly there. Alright, good to go there. Yeah, this side here we had erased one of our panel line attempts. Let's try that again, see if we can make it work for us.
So say we all. So say we all.
Oh, thanks, Mom. Holy smokes. How you doing there, Mom? Hopefully looking forward to getting back home. I know we are looking forward to getting back home. So how are you doing, Mom? That great to see you there, Mom. Everybody say hello to Mom. Rico must be there. So, well, second hello to Rico. So great to see you there, Mom. So, Mom, I don't know if you got to see probably didn't get to see the doggies game. It was another big win for them against, well, Essington. If they could just play the Bombers, and I guess well, they got to. Oh, it's a big game next week, Mom. Yeah, I think it's this Thursday. It's that they're speaking of GWS. I was thinking that, Mom. I was thinking that's going to be quite the dramatic reunion when you come back home, and Squeak's going to be waiting for you there. Squeak is going to be bouncing off the walls. Oh, and then that may be bouncing off of you too. I know that it's been a crazy week there, and I know that it's not exactly a fun house, that place. Really difficult to get any sleep. I mean, did you get any sleep at all on any of those days? That's what we need. I'll try that. Oh, okay. I see. I need to restore some. Yeah, there's some wonky stuff going on over here. Let's just get this. Okay, a little bit of the violet then. I see that. Yeah. Let's do it on the other side. Well, that's not so bad on the other side. The other side's pretty good. It was all on the. It's all on the port side. Yeah. Nothing really amiss there. Oh wait, panel lines. Huge surprise. More panel lines needed. Yeah, but they can't be too intense there. But yeah, well, I just kept thinking that. With Squeak's just wondering where you are, looking around for you. Yeah, it's the panel line sponsoring channel. Now, see, Camda, if we were more corporate, if we were a little bit more mercenary in our channel, we would have to have sponsored by sponsons. Yes, we would. We would be the official spokesperson for sponsons. I'm not. That would be a unique company for sure. Uh, Sponsons Inc. Having stuff hanging off of ships' hulls since 1880 something. Just look at those look at those French ships from the 1890s. Again, the ones that look kind of like floating hotels. There we go. So Camden, I just realized that for that new linseed pyramid there, that since I've got the one with all the little workers, I should bring that into Skyreels and see if it can animate them, so that we can kind of have something like our autocorrect monster. So that would be super fun if we could do that. Ah, I need to get that down in here. So it would looks like we're about 4.5 hours now. Okay, when we first started this, there was certainly no spacescape on there. There was no, well, there were no panel lines, Camda. There were no panel. Heavens to Murgatroyd, there was no panel lines. There's nary a panel line to be seen. And now there's a bunch of them. Now again, we have been on the ventral side here. We've been going more with it, like a little bit of greenish tone to kind of mirror our spacescape down there. And I feel a little bit more secure about turning this thing sort of upside down here. I think our super glue and such is held. Again, we have a big old pin sticking out of there too. Boy, Camda, it's still I still am trying to figure out why the Boromir sound does not work. Because it is, I think it is for this, right? Yeah, it just from the very beginning, it just wouldn't play that sound for me. Not sure, not sure why. And I got it from the same source as all the other sounds that you hear all the time. I'm gonna. I don't want that to get too late because then our source lighting is not. Yeah, that's a little too late there. We'll do that. A little more there, and ironically, that this will work as a blending brush. The other one was my blending brush for most of this. No, let's go back and get some of our again that semi teal-ish color there. Maybe a touch later on the underside of that. And let me go back to our liner brush. Some of these little bits and bobs here. Again, there's a lot of them. Spin you around. Got more of them over here to do. And like that. Here. Also that. Yeah, I guess I should get a little bit of light on the underside of this too. That went a little crazy. Now we'll just wipe it away. Looking at maybe some lighter stuff here for a couple of panels, not panel lines, but more actual panels, trying to draw those out. And there's something back in there. Now some of these elements back here on the aft portion of the ship. Let's see if we can lighten these up a bit too. Oh, yeah. These crazy vents. I think I need, yeah, this side here. I think we actually got a raid while I was trying to rework those a little bit. So, and again, you can see there's a little bit of different color. We got some of that kind of turquoise in there. Some of this was almost more on the tan side of things. Spotty Shark, how you doing? So, Spotty Shark, great to see you again. So, happy Sunday there, Spotty Shark. I guess all the Commander Mittens, I guess I must be done by now with the stream, right? Didn't get to see what Mittens was working on. And Spotty, is that I knew you saw you saw the Galactica stream, the original one. I'm pretty sure that you did. Let me. I'm trying to work in now here. This again, that's some of the almost like a yellowish, tan gray. Mittens is still going. Let me see. You know, I'm gonna do this as a panel there. Nope. That's over here. I need that stuff. Making that later again. Making that later. Making that later. Not too long for Nakanda because I still have to finish that. I still got to finish that baby off, right? That video there. Ooh, that's it. Wait, gotta get this violet over here. And also down here. Missed it on this side. That's no problem. We'll get that in here now. So, Spotty, if there's anything you wanted to share in the chat or something like that. Oh, no problem there, Camda. So yeah, Camda, like we were saying earlier, having all of those dehumidifiers for the FDM printers. When you have a situation like this where you need to start drying things out, it really makes it knob. I do have to keep emptying them out And I'm sure after the stream I'll have to empty at least one or two of them. But certainly glad to have those. Oh god, years ago when this first happened, I didn't have such things. And you could really, really tell. I mean, well, you couldn't open or close door. Well, you could. If you closed the door, it was never opening again. Let me do some of that up here now. Camda, that is one of those colors that, let's say I have it on the palette. That is one of the colors that I can actually bring over to multiple palettes. There's a few other ones. Actually, the Radiant Green is one. Yeah, Camda, even with the Paul Rubens, there's a few colors, and I can't remember which ones. I think the Radiant ones. Now, of course, they have maybe a little more white in them. Maybe that's why. But those are ones that I can bring over. I think actually it's the Griffin Violet I can. But again, that's Egyptian Violet. That's a slow drying color. So in some ways, it kind of all makes sense. Actually, Camda, I found out as I was doing those Zygomors because I had to really handle them much more. Oh yeah, there's still paint on those that is wet from weeks ago because we were using the cobalts and the cadmiums and all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, there's parts on those that are still wet. I'm going to do a little bit of a cheat thing on those because I have to kind of again do that sort of final work for them or work on them for Gen Con there. Now I want straight up or as close to straight up white as possible. For the barrels. Get the back of our turrets here. It's another couple lines that need fixing here. Yep, this one too. Same thing with our light along there. Get that more light along the top edge of that. Ooh, these things too. That and that. And that one a little crazy there. So yeah, came to if there was an example or any true example of how the Alkids just try so much quicker. If it wasn't for all the stuff we found out with at the Adepticon meeting with folks new to the oils using them, and yet they were still dry basically by the next day. Now again, I've had things like we'll say cadmium green dry relatively quickly, as in maybe 3-4 days or something like that. Now I will say again, the water washable oils, those will be affected by humidity. They really shouldn't, but now that I've tested them a few times, and again I will be Use it again uh, tomorrow when I film another video, because that's the big rocket shark figure, and I've been using the water washable oils and that again just to for folks that they've been asking me for years, what are those like? And I've always had to say I don't know, and I've just kind of said what the other folks that we are in the stream all the time, when they've tried them. But now they've been actually tested in videos. Let me work a little something in there, and of course, as we thought, you can't do pin line washes with them because you're using water, and that does not work like our fabulous high quality odorless thinner. I'm gonna try to. Yep, okay, a little bit there. I think on the other side is one of these two. Yep, sure enough, here on the starboard side, whatever those things are, I think they were on Galactica too. Yep, they were on Galactica as well. Come on, get that in there. There we go. Let's lighten this up now too. One more time. There we go. I'm really not quite sure what that is meant to be. Now, can I get on this bottom edge here? This is going to be tricky. Looks like it's working here. These crazy little boxes. Also this. Bit more with our light and let's do the front of these. Alright. So this here. Yeah, I'm going to make that panel later. Also that one. Hey there, Mijar. How you doing? Happy Sunday there, Mijar. So typically the Mars black there, Camda, because it's essentially, one of those, it kind of like our Terra Rosa. So yeah, Mijar, this is Galactica that we painted maybe, I don't know, 3 weeks ago-ish. And now another one right here. And I think we'll be doing another one on our Monday stream. It really is so handy, Mijar, for again doing all the little panel lines and stuff. So yeah, Cam, to all the Mars colors: Mars Red, Mars Violet, Mars Yellow Deep, Mars Black. They all have a tendency to be very opaque, very flat, and they all tend to dry a little bit quicker. So Arda Michael, if you wanted to share your stuff again in chat, and geez, the last time you had a chance to do that was hours ago. Same thing there, Cam. Do you want to share some stuff? And Majar, if you wanted to share anything in chat, please go ahead. Sorry about that, Majar. I'm like, wait a minute, what was? Well, that's what I was gonna say. Now, Majar, on our 2D stream, I think you've seen like the B5 ships and Galactic and such, but we did this on Thursday right here, so a little bit of Serenity. That was our Thursday stream. Oh yeah, that's right. We tried doing a Tuesday stream, and we were reminded of why we don't stream on Tuesdays. So everybody check out the Insta links that Cam just shared, the Insta links that Arda Michael just shared. Come on. Okay, there we go. Touch more. Fine, yeah, we'll do a touch more of our light up there. And on this back here too. Bit more right there, yep. No, not want that one. I want this here. I think I can still sneak in some of my really light stuff over here. Yep. Come on, a bit more there. Now let me try this now. More of that. Yeah. Try to clean these things up. Let me grab some of my violet slash gray here. More there. All right. Try and squeeze in a little more of my light up here. Like you do. There we go. Let's see if I can get that little bit of... Oh, yeah. Here we have a whole beam right there that's got nothing on it. So I think, let's see, the first step was, right, we did some lighter dry brush stuff on this while we waited for this to set. We painted the spacescape I was about maybe 30-ish minutes or so painting the spacescape. Then we did all the pin line wash type stuff as we waited for the super glue to set down there. Trying to lighten up these pieces. That's basically what we got there. A little bit lighter over there too. Gotta do the same on this side. Hey there, 8th gate. Nice to see you there. Have yourself a good night's sleep there, Mijar. So, yeah, Mijar, there was no stream yesterday because of the 5 inches of water in less than 2 hours. Now, let's just say that led to a bit of a 1-to-1 scale terrain project. So, great to see you there, 8th gate. Actually, 8th gate, well, I'll be going AWOL myself, I guess, because, well, Gen Con. Yep, Gen Con. So, our Monday stream probably be the last one before Gen Con. Now, Major, I don't think you don't want this 5 inches in less than 2 hours. Well, unless you want, well, maybe, if there's higher elevation, that's one thing. But here, where everything's basically on the same elevation, right, Peace Talker, that's not going to work so well. So great to see you there, Peace Talker. And of course, happy Sunday. So this is again, it's a little bit bigger than the Galactica that we painted a few weeks ago. Actually, I have some that are smaller than this, some that are even bigger than this. So again, we will be in the Badger booth. Well, at least this time around. It won't have been 5 years since I last touched an airbrush or whatever the heck it was. It was years. I think, yeah, last year I walked in there to Gen Con to do airbrush demos in the booth, and I hadn't touched an airbrush in at least 3 years. What could possibly go wrong there? Can't imagine what could go wrong. Doing a bunch of live demos, and again, haven't touched an airbrush in years. I try and sneak a little bit of the light along that line here. Now I'm going to take a chance here. We'll turn you upside down, and we're going to try to get some of the barrels here. It is very ironic that I broke off less of the ventral side barrels than the dorsals, and there's more barrels on here to break on this side. At least I think there are. Maybe not. I'm not sure. I'm gonna go too much later in there. Working a little bit more. Let's just straighten this thing out here. 8th gate, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead. Now, oh, an eighth guy. I don't think you definitely didn't see this then. So this was our Thursday painting right here. A little bit of Serenity, some Firefly action. Let me try and lighten up the. Yep, those a little bit more. Same with these guys. Just gonna drag that along there. I'm sure at some point I'll be able to locate a Serenity STO van. Who knows? Probably Game Body has one. I know I've got one of their B5 files. And I know, well, there's the Galandro one. There's I might actually have their. I think I might even have their Galactica also. I think I just didn't know how to print it maybe back in the days. I know I have another Galactica file. Now, so I don't think I had the any cubics then either. Ah, yeah, this needs a bunch of later stuff here. Almost forgot about that. Some of that over here. On these barrels here. And then what I haven't had a chance to do yet is the darker stuff on the ends of them. Hey there, Irid, how you doing? Everybody please give Irid a giveaway for a follow. So Irid, if you want to post your Pinterest links, please go ahead and do that. So Irid, we were at the Adepticon meeting last week, and now this coming, so this Wednesday, I will be leaving for Gen Con. Everybody please check out that Pinterest link that Irid and Wife just shared. So yeah, that will be the case this coming week. Because Ken's coming to grab me on Wednesday. And that would be Wednesday morning. Let me try to do some more of this here. Again, a little bit of the dark. Try this now. Some more. And I'm sure that the pets really, really, really love their special treats there. And I guess the cooking streams, it looks like those are going to be kind of a regular thing. It looks at least maybe one of those per month or so. Never got my lighter stuff there, did I? Let me restore that. Let me bring this back here. So Irid, well, the pineapple dump cake, that worked out pretty well. Never got a chance to go to the store to try and get the much needed whipped cream topping. So they are just, here we go, here's one of them right here. And it's just the Crescent hot press watercolor board. Essential illustration board. Sorry, crescent hot press illustration board. The cold press has too much texture. The hot press is just right because it has some texture but not too much. So yeah, that is hot press illustration board. I just get that on Dick Blick. Pretty sure you could probably get that at Jerry's Artorama, Hobby Lobby, that sort of thing. Touch more of my light right over here. Try that again to get some really bright stuff here. I think, oh yeah, I can get something lighter on the ends of those barrels. Alright, pretty much lighten those up as much as I could. So yeah, Peace Talker, they work very well for that. Again, just enough tooth to them, but not too much, not too rough. And it's absorbent enough, it kind of, that the oils dry pretty fast on those two. Hey there, Anthony, how you doing? So yep, Anthony, we painted this. Let's see, we've been doing this about 5 hours, and the first 38 minutes or so, we painted up the spacescape there. You can see here's a different version of it. Right there. And here's another one that has that same type of spacescape on it, and we've done a bunch of spacescapes on our. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that, Anthony. And you can go back and watch that too. Let's see. Oh, here's So we did the same kind of thing, different colors, but the same sort of thing on the towel. Where's our Necrons here? There we go. So same thing on the Necrons. And just like always, you want to see this, the early part, or you want to go back and see Galactica here, or the painting of it. This is the YouTube channel now, because again, we basically can't do highlights on Twitch anymore. So that's what this channel is for. There's no ads on there or anything like that, because there was no ads on the Twitch thing, right? So yes, everybody's favorite space pastries, right, Arid? And again, here's some of our other ones. We just painted this up on Thursday. We also painted Babylon 5. Also, here we got Agamemnon and more Spacescape. So yes, plenty of space things on the channel here. Unless I don't think I'll try to do some flat art on Monday. Unless we do a Spacescape on Monday. It will entirely depend on what's happening on, well, Monday. Let me add a little bit more here with our light. Definitely gotta get this lighter. Holy smokies. Let's get that caught up to the other side now. Like you do. There we are. Maybe a little bit lighter on that panel. So yeah, here the next one we'll try, like we were talking about on the last stream. We will try the pear with the cinnamon, and I think we'll just be using like a yellow cake type thing with it. I think we better keep that fairly neutral for the pear. We don't want to overpower the pear taste. I think of all the ones, like if I was to do a mango one or something, I think that would still have enough potent flavor on its own. But the pear one, I think it'd be pretty easy to overwhelm that. So that'll probably be the first one that we try after coming back from Gen Con. There we are. You know what? I might on the back of these turrets here. Let me get some of my, a little bit of that violet there. So once maybe over the holidays or something like that, when there's more time. The nice thing about the dump cakes is the simplicity, and that was why Kathy's sister suggested that. Was because I could literally just in less than 3 minutes, boom, it's done. Uh, the fresh pears, trying to find those at my tiny little grocery store, that's also a bit of an obstacle. Because, well, you end up with the pears right arid that you have to try and cut them with a diamond tip saw because they're somewhat on the harder side. It always seems like anytime I try to get the pears, they would always be of that well, pretty much just yeah, because it's really hard to get the pears. Now apples. Now that's another thing. Irid. So if you have any suggestions on some apples things, apples. I mean, they do reasonably well on those. And it's kind of funny, Irid, because it's probably one of the more common cobblers, right? Some kind of apple cobbler or whatever, in addition to the peach. And it kind of slipped my mind there, Irid. You sort of reminded me that oh yeah, you could do an apple one too. And I think the apples would also kind of caramelize a little bit too, right, Irid? That would be nice. This is a cuisine channel after all. Now, Irid, so would oh, okay, yeah, okay. Let's find the ginger preserves on Amazon. Now, I guess I would have to probably go more with the cinnamon on the apples too, right? Yeah, I don't think nutmeg's going to work there. I think probably cinnamon with the apples as well. All right, I needed that to catch up to this side over here. Let me see if I can. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think I might either have to go darker. Let me try this first. I'm still going to go darker there. Some of our Van Dyke brown, some of the black, and there we go. Might do the same thing on this side here. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember you talking about the pumpkin pie spice. I remember. Yeah, I remember telling you that that's got to be in the house here. Just given that Kathy would make pumpkin pies every so often, there must be some of that floating around here somewheres. You know what? Here's another one of our darker lines we got to kind of bring back here. Trying to squeeze that brush down in there. Okay, we sort of got that one now. What about on this side? Yep, same deal. Ooh, not too much thinner though. There we go. Also here. Now I'll have to look and see if we have the cardamom on there, Irid. That might be one. I'm not sure that we have. But maybe we do. I'll just have to look for it. It's not one that I'm super familiar with, so it could be here. I just haven't noticed it. I don't know. I think it's in the wintertime. I gotta maybe experiment with making some macaroons or something. Guess I'll have to really get the blender going for that. Alright, so I think we got that pretty well filled in there. Alright, now there's one panel I'm just gonna... Yeah, some of those little teensy tiny panel lines, there's some of those one a little wonky. Okay, here, opposite direction. A little bit of the dark. Also there. Some of it here. Now, I do believe, well, oh geez, now it's almost 4:30 in the morning, and we've been doing this for over 5 hours. I think we might head over to Corvus's way there. We might just go do that. Do want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids. We had some raids too. I want to say thanks to Armor Wolf for doing all the moderations. And again, we got ourselves one more stream before Gen Con. That'll be our Monday stream. So thank you so much, Camden. Thank you so much, Irid. Appreciate you guys being here. Yeah, Irid, I'll send you some pictures of why I wasn't streaming on Friday there. Yeah, I'll send you some pictures there. And thanks again, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. So as our raid countdown gets underway, oh, thanks, Peace Talker. Appreciate you being here. So as this gets underway, let's take a little look-see here again at our two BSG ships. So Galactica here and the Ares class Monitor right here. So thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate you being here. Oh yeah, and I gotta send you some of those too, Arid.